Good morning. Good morning for the. All right. Yes. Good morning for the first time. We have reached day 3 of our co-option. The first day had a focus on the times that we are in and understanding like how to usher us into that new season with the Vice President External. Day 2 had a key focus on people and how we manage our relationship with our students. And now, day 3, there's a key focus on vibrancy with the different roles lined up for the day, including the house share, camp, and other roles later on, like business, flag, and such. We'll be having a speech a little bit later on, so stay tuned for that. But as for now, we'll do a briefing on the procedures so that everybody's aware on what's going on and how to participate fully. This briefing will be conducted by our Vice President Internal, Anya.
Okay, thanks, Sam, and thank you everyone for coming to day 3 of co-option. So I'll be conducting a little briefing on our election procedures. Okay, so this is for the viewers sitting here. So I guess that will be Mingyu and anybody who is tuned into the Zoom now. So if you guys would like to check out the slides that are prepared by our candidates, you can go to this bit.ly link or scan the QR code on the screen now. Okay, so for voting, for those who are not familiar, there are 3 voting options: yes, no, and abstain. So there are no breaks allowed unless proposed during the proceedings, and any person who without the right to leave the room, who leaves the room during the proceedings will have his voting right revoked for that particular post. So the election proceedings are to be strictly abided by the candidate determination process explained in the following 2 slides. So for the first scenario where there's only one candidate running for the position, the candidate must get the vote of confidence to be elected into the position. So that means that you have to get 66.7% of yeses out of the total votes. So the total votes would refer to the number of yes, no, and abstain votes all combined. If the candidate does not get a vote of confidence, we will redo the voting process without the abstain option, only if the number of abstain votes affects the result. So the candidate, if after all these processes, the candidate still does not get a vote of confidence, the candidate will not be elected into the position. Okay, so, hello? Okay. No, it's okay. So for the second scenario, where there's more than one candidate running for one position, the candidate has to get the majority vote. So let me give you an example. If there are 3 candidates running, then the candidate with the majority vote would have to get more than 33% of the votes. And then the second round of this voting would be for the candidate with the majority vote to get the vote of confidence. So as mentioned earlier, there will be 66.7% of the valid votes. Okay, so more on voting. The number of votes required to pass the vote of confidence will be rounded up in the event that is not a whole number. So some admin stuff, all voters and observers may have speaking rights only when conferred upon by the co-option chair, and proper voice procedures must be followed. So all speakers should begin with the speaking procedure, otherwise the chair will render the question void. So on speaking procedures, I think some of the candidates might not be too familiar with this. So the proper speaking procedures will be observed throughout the entire of the co-option. And this is how it goes. You state your name, your year, followed by the action. So for example, the example given here is Michael, year 3, proposes or nominates. I'll touch on that later. So all motions must have a proposer and another person who would second without any objections before it can be passed by the chair. So let me give you an example. If someone wants a toilet break, they would propose for a toilet break by stating their name, year, and then the action, and then somebody else would second it, and it will be accepted by the chair of the co-option. So for nominations, all candidates who wish to run for a post in the MC must be nominated and seconded by any member with the candidate's acceptance. So don't worry too much about this. We will show you guys later. So the first person will nominate the candidate for the position that they're running for. Somebody else seconds. the candidate themselves would accept the nomination, and the chair will accept the nomination and close the nomination for that position. So for Q&A extension, the question and answer session may be extended twice for a period of 10 minutes per extension with proper voice procedures. We try not to extend it too much so that we can adhere to the timeline. So any extension beyond what is allowed will be at the discretion of the chair. So the voice procedures are again to be observed for the extension of Q&A session, where you state a name, year, propose to extend the Q&A session for 10 minutes, and another person seconds, and the chair will accept the proposal. So this is some important information for those who are voting. So because some of the observers won't be voting, and they will be placed in a separate breakout room during the voting period, and the remaining voters will raise their virtual hand before we send in the link. After everybody has raised their virtual hand, I'll send in the link into the Zoom chat. And once you have voted via that link, you will lower your hand. So this is how we keep track that everyone has voted while keeping the voters' identities anonymous. So for voting, again, both physical and online attendees can raise their hand if they have questions, and speaking rights will then be granted to the attendees in order. The relevant attendee will then be asked to unmute themselves and ask the question. If you are attending physical, don't worry about it, we'll pass you a mic. And your voice will be amplified as the Zoom will be connected to the auditorium speaker system. All right, so this is it on the Q&A. Does anyone have any questions regarding election procedures? All good? Okay, so with that, we'll begin nominations we open nominations for our first position on the lineup.
Yeah.
So that would be our E-House chair. So nomination, sorry?
E-House.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the nominations for the E-House chair has opened. Would anyone like to nominate anyone?
Sam. Yep. No.
So angry.
Hello. Sam Year 3 nominates Jacob for the position of E-House chair. Would anybody like to second?
Anya, Year 2 seconds. Okay, so.
Do you accept?
Okay. So the chair accepts, and would anyone else like to nominate anyone else for the position of E-House chair? No? Yes, no. Okay, so the nomination has been closed for E-House chair. We have one candidate, his name is Jacob. I'll pull out his slides now. Everybody give us 1 minute. No. We're in shambles.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jacob. I'm a year one mechanical engineering student. This is my presentation for eHouse Chair. My matriculation number is A0. I forgot. No. Okay, tough crowd.
Yeah.
Before I start this presentation properly, I'm gonna tell you a bit more about myself. Next slide, please. So I like to try a lot of new things. I'm generally a very easygoing person. I'm not gonna say my hobbies because they're on the screen. One thing a lot of people don't know about me is that I'm actually a really big nerd. Once every 2 weeks, I lock myself in my room and I play Dungeons and Dragons with my friends. And in most of my downtime, I'm just in a dark room watching anime or listening to music. My past leadership roles, in chronological order, are I was the vice captain of my house in my previous school, and basically I was in charge of bonding and like team pride and everything that a vice captain would do. And currently I'm in 2 hall committees, the only 2 in hall that really have to do with getting people together and bonding and everything. So I guess at this point, most people would be able to tell that I'm very into the whole bonding and unity thing, which is probably why I'm here today. Next slide, please. So getting to why I'm here properly. Firstly, I really enjoy coordinating and bringing people together. I like seeing friends go from awkwardly smiling to each other to uncontrollably laughing. And even more so, I enjoy being a part of that growth and friendship, both in the sense that I like repeating that process over and over again. And I also like helping other people get through that process. I feel like house chair is the perfect in between, the perfect middle ground where I can be on the ground and have those friendships, but also be in the background scene and take pride in the fact that I can help to nurture other friendships. Yes. So a side note, I really like the whole house system ever since I was a kid, because when I read Harry Potter, it didn't really matter which house I was supposed to be a part of. I just wanted to be a part of a house, like a really big subgroup of people that bonded with each other, made friends, and did like everything together. Yeah, so I really think that the idea of houses in engineering is really cool because it's a good system to foster unity and friendships. Another big reason I'm here today is because, well, the only engineering friends I have right now are the ones that I eat lunch with after my lab lessons, which is honestly a bit sad. So before I found out about engineering club, I didn't really know how to make engineering friends. So when I found out about it, I saw it as a really cool platform to build those connections that everybody wants in university and connect my studying life with my social life in uni. Next slide, please. So in the next portion, I'm going to be talking about what I perceive Engine Club to be and what I would hope to upkeep if I become a house chair. This can be described in 3 words on the slides: engagement, connection, and support. Engagement and connection are pretty self-explanatory. Engagement being like getting people interested and wanting to participate in events and everything. Connection meaning like making friends within the club. But support, I don't really know whether engineering club is supposed to be fully non-academic and just social, like the social part of engineering. But I feel like I would take comfort personally in knowing that the other people around me in the club are going through the same things that I am, and that I am able to support other people and other people are able to support me. I feel like that's a very big part of the purpose of Engine Club in my eyes. Yeah, this is not a call for help. Next slide, please. Coming to some ideas that I had to achieve these ideals, I'll start with outreach and engagement. How do we get people in eHouse to know about Engine Club and what it does? So the obvious choice for publicity, firstly, would be social media, which I'm sure you've been doing previously. But a cool way that I learned to integrate social media into events by staying in hall is to get people incentivized to repost stuff for prizes, and that will massively spread publicity. Digital aside, I feel that personally the most effective way to get people interested in Engine Club is by personally making friends with people and infiltrating the whole house with excitement bombs. I'm sorry, it's a bit early. So what I mean by this, it's a pretty hard task, but to personally go to each group of friends in a house and get one or two people that will sort of be like the catalysts or like the adrenaline bombs that we can pump pre-events and like get them to bring their friends and everything, which would honestly be a very hard task in the beginning, but I feel like it'll grow into a very self-sustainable way to get people engaged. And it'll kind of be like a terrarium of excitement, I guess. Yeah, next slide, please. So this slide is basically COVID workarounds, as you can see, obviously. So the first idea that I thought of was subgroups sorted into different engineering groups. This is basically to work around the restrictions of us not being able to hold a big event at the moment. And since even one house has like 200 over people, it's very hard to individually get them to bond because everyone's so separated. So by creating a group of people doing the same major, I feel like it'll be very beneficial for them and it'll be a lot easier. It's kind of like an orientation group, but we closely monitor it over the semester. So one part of this that I wanted to integrate is having like team leaders within the subgroups that we can frequently communicate with and make sure that the group is not dead and that, you know, they are the excitement bombs, I guess, to play into the first point that I made. Yeah, I also think this will be a really good feedback channel so that we as the Housecom and the management committee will be able to know what we're doing right, doing wrong, and what people of the engineering club would want to see in future events. The next point is not really a workaround. It's more of like a hope. When restrictions do loosen and we can have physical events, I feel like that's when the engineering club can really shine. Because now, especially in tough times like these, it's very hard to socialize. So when we do get the opportunity, we need to take full opportunity, I guess, to maximize what we can do. Two things that I would want to definitely have, definitely sports events. I know that inter-faculty games were cancelled, but we can still have inter-house games, possibly. Definitely something related to the cultural side, maybe music nights or everything. But one thing that I really wanted to do is a bazaar night, because who doesn't love bazaars? There's food and like music and like open mics and everything. Yeah, I feel like that'll be great. Just large scale events if we have the chance. Next slide, please. To summarize everything that I've said, you can basically do it by me answering these two questions. Firstly, how do we make or keep people interested in the house system and engine club in general? Basically, to what my idea was is to set up focus groups, because that will divide it and basically delegate all the tasks. And it'll give people a closer bond and a reason to come to events in engine club. And the second question is, how do I make effective use of my term? I feel like any person in a leadership role can be judged by whether they are remembered or not. So I guess I would judge how well I did as a house chair, if I get to become one, by whether or not people would remember me as someone who approached everyone, was warm to them, and that they were lucky to be in eHouse. Which brings me to my last and final point. I would hope to create a culture that people can be proud of, for eHouse and Engine Club events to be things to look forward to and to be happy to be a part of, to see eHouse as a symbol to be proud of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jacob. We'll now be proceeding to the question and answer segment. So if you have any questions, please raise your virtual hand on Zoom and you'll be included in the queue for questions. Okay. Yeah, the audience here, like feel free to raise your hand and then you'll be allowed to speak.
Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Anya, year two. Thank you so much for your presentation, Jacob. I suddenly call you Jay. I'm so sorry. Okay, can you go back to your slide on the excitement bombs? Okay, thank you. You say that you want to personally make friends with everyone and infiltrate the whole house of excitement bombs, right? What are the excitement bombs you have in mind?
Okay. Firstly, I don't think it's possible to make friends with everyone in the house. I feel like targeting groups would be fine. So like having the groups of 5. What I mean by excitement bombs is basically to find the more outspoken people that will be able to excite everyone else for upcoming events. So getting them excited enough so that they can spread their excitement is what I mean.
Okay, Anya, you too. Thank you so much for your answer. How do you feel that these people will feel incentivized to help you spread the word on whatever initiative they are pushing out?
I feel like there needs to be a certain bridge of friendship for them to be incentivized to help you. So I feel like by personally going up to them and like actively making friends with them, they will probably be inclined to help. Yeah, and it'll help the house committee members also get closer to the house itself.
You too. Thank you so much for your answer again. Sorry, follow-up question. So as you know, the problem with the house system and engine is that because, especially because the past 2 years, everything was conducted online, right? Then in a sense, whatever that was on very weak foundations, like whatever house, like pride or culture that was really on very weak foundations, right? Because the culture and engineering hasn't really been developed very well. So then, because of the past 2 years exacerbating it, now there is close to little or nothing or like no culture at all, like within the various houses. So how do you plan to start, given that this is a very big step forward?
Sorry, Jacob, you're one. I feel like starting it is definitely the hardest part, which is why I don't think it can be fully started in just 1 year. I feel like it's a very long-term thing that we need to build over time. But the fact that everybody is in university, we are in university for roughly 4 years. I feel like we will have enough time to cultivate the culture by just pummeling in engagement plans and planning events that people would want to go to, even if we don't actively engage them.
Anya, you too. Thanks, Jacob, for your awesome response. Okay, follow-up question to that. What do you intend to make your first step then?
My first step would definitely be to find the house com members if I become the house chair, and brainstorm with them how we can divide the house into the respective subgroups, and also to identify which students in the subgroups would have the highest propensity to be the excitement bombs that I've talked about before.
Okay, sorry. One last question before I let other people in the room have their questions. So what's your strategy on identifying these people who have potential to be excitement bombs?
I mean, I feel like in this case, silence speaks louder than words. So I guess people that aren't silent during whatever event we plan, or like if we private message them, I feel like it would be pretty easy to identify them if it was in person. But given that we are in online circumstances, I would think the easiest way would be to do a poll of like who would be more inclined to help. So people that would want to try out for Housecom, I guess, would also be a part of that category.
Okay, Anya too. Thanks so much for your response. Would anyone else like to ask a question? Sam? Okay, I'll pass the mic on to Sam. Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you, Jacob, for your presentation. I wanted to ask about like, I think you gave us like a rough timeline on like, should you get elected tomorrow? Like you told us the first thing you'd be focusing on is your team. And yeah, but could you give us like a rough timeline of like maybe this semester? Like should you get elected today? How would it look like?
As in finding my team, sorry.
Not only finding a team, like executing on like maybe an event or two within the semester.
Okay, well, given that it's towards the end of the semester and a lot of people are preparing for exams and everything, I feel like most of the planning for finding the subgroups and people would happen during the holidays. I would find a team and get them to engage random people. I guess we would split it evenly among all of us, and we would just message people and like find out a bit more about them. And then after that, I guess around the start of Sem 2, we would put them into the subgroups and start communicating with the team leaders. And after that, if we have events, we can start, testing whether the excitement bombs work.
Sem year 3. So like this semester like won't be doing much in a sense.
I only say that because I feel like I don't know anyone in eHouse except for one person. So I feel like it would take some time for me to find my team, say I get elected. And I feel like that's a very important part of it, and I don't want to speed through it.
Okay. Sem year 3. So like for example, like I think you had something about like bazaars and stuff. Like how much do you think it would cost to make stuff like that happen?
Okay, well, I don't exactly know how the budgeting system for Engine Club works. I know that there are sponsors and everything, but I feel like it could be done in under $500 or $600 to set up random stalls, get people to like bring in their own food, and like incentivize people to sell stuff and get, other vendors to come in.
Sem year 3, like so how many students like will be participating in this bazaar, like in your vision?
To be honest, as many as possible, I guess. I would hope for at least 150 to come by throughout an entire day.
Okay, that's very cool. Sem year 3. So like there's the eHouse social media, right? Like what's you mentioned like giving away prizes and stuff, but like can you just lay out your like social media plan?
Okay, so what I mentioned was basically in Hall we have these random events and they're fully online. So the only way to participate is via Instagram stories. So we will like post challenges, and they will have to do those challenges and document those challenges with Instagram stories and post them. And like, I feel like that can be integrated into this as well, because it's pretty easy from my experience to plan an online event. Yeah, it's not that hard to participate too. So I feel like it would be okay in a sense.
Anyone, anything?
Thanks, Jacob, for your presentation. Ming Yu, year 2. And I noticed that you mentioned about you want to have group of 5 and each of them have a team leader. So what's your plan to engage these leaders?
I feel like it can be divided between the HouseCom members. Each HouseCom members can be in charge of a couple team leaders so that there's not too much stress on any one person. But I feel like the way to engage these team leaders would be to, you know, encourage them to organize bonding events with their subgroup and getting them to keep the chat alive for us. So we would preferably have to be friends with these team leaders first, or make friends with them in a non-ideal situation.
Ming Yu, year 2. And along with these activities they organize, like how do you ensure this everything is going well? How do you supervise them?
Sorry, as in supervise the team leaders?
Yeah.
Just checking in on them, I guess. Because it will be divided into the HouseCom members, I feel like they can be a part of the respective team, like subgroup chats, to make sure that it's alive. And if it's not, then contact the team leaders would be the first protocol. But if the team leaders are not cooperating, then I guess the HouseCom members would have to spark the life in the group chat again, and they would be the ones taking the initiative and the role of the team leader in that group.
All right, Joseph, David Chan, you can ask your question.
Okay, hi. Can you all hear me? I think you all can. Okay, sure. Joseph here too. Just a question on with regards to your social media of getting people to repost for prizes. May I know like what prizes do you have in mind and how do you intend to get those prizes?
With regards to how we would get those prizes, I'm not entirely sure. Again, because I don't really know how the funding works in Engine Club. But how people, wait, sorry, was the question how would it work? Like how would people repost to get the prizes?
Okay, the question is more of like what are the prizes that you're looking at and like how do you intend to get them?
Okay, well, the prizes in my past committees have been welfare packs, which is basically like packs of food. But I feel like engineering merch would be cooler, or like plush toys and stuff that I guess the publicity team would be working on. Maybe like engineering shirts or like Engine Club stuff. I don't know. Just cool things to have, like a plush toy, or like, you know, those octopus thingies that turn in and out. Random stuff. Yes.
Okay, Joseph here too, another question. With regards to the house chats, like how do you intend to use them to your benefit in your term?
Sorry, was it the house captains? What do I?
Joseph here too. It's about the Telegram. You know, the house have Telegram chats, right? so of all the people that comes from like your house. So in that case, like how do you intend to use these platforms basically to your own benefit in your term?
I feel like using just the main Telegram chat is not the best way to go about it now, especially because engagement is very low. I feel like dividing into the subgroups will be more ideal to engage the people, and the main Telegram chat would, I guess, only be to disseminate information, because most people like me, I'm guilty of it, just scroll past it and don't really actively check the chat because there's not a lot going on except for advertising.
All right, that's all from me.
Yasmin, year one. Thanks, Jacob, for your presentation. So I wanted to ask if you have any expectations for your house committee members.
I feel like I do have expectations for my house committee members. There will definitely be a higher workload this term, especially because we need to pump up the engagement in foresight of future physical events. So yeah, that's why I feel like more time taken to choose them is necessary, so as to find people that would actually put in the work.
Thank you.
Sam, year three. How you said you measure yourself based on like you being remembered? Yeah. What does it take to be remembered?
I feel like it doesn't take much to be remembered. You just need to be known as a nice person, someone that tried and someone that cared, which I feel like any good person would be able to do very easily.
So then what makes you special, Jacob?
What makes me special is that I will actively approach them so that everyone will remember me.
Okay. Okay. Jacob, would you be Sam year three? Jacob, would you be open to considering doing stuff in semester one, like pulling off mini events in semester one leading up to semester two? Not alone, I mean, but I'm just saying like spearheading those kind of things.
Sorry, can you repeat that last part?
Yeah, not alone,
Hmm.
spearheading those kind of things. I mean,
Yeah, sure. I would definitely be open.
okay, Sam year three, like, what is your view or like on our relationship, I guess, like with the management committee and then like the house chairs? Like, do you feel like you're one of us, or like do you feel like you're a separate entity, or like, you know, how do you view this thing?
I feel like I'm not a part of, I would not be a part of the management committee. I feel like the house chairs would be sort of like the bridge between the people and the heads, I guess. So I don't see myself as one of the very important kokos of the association, but I would be able to disseminate information and help out both sides of the coin, you know, the people on the ground as well as the people up.
Sam year three, maybe just wanna like say a bit on that. I want to say a bit on that. So like I think you are, like you say, you're not important. I think you're very important. Like your role as house chair is like the carriers of culture change that we need, right? So I think you're not just like what you said just now. I don't think you're like that. It's supposed to be like, I think, one of us, like that level, because I think we're all here on like a new season where we're trying to craft the dream faculty, which is like the CD faculty, right? So like we're in a state of flux, and like we can really pick and choose what we want. So we all cannot sleep or snooze on this opportunity. Yeah, so I think your responsibility is greater than what you think, I feel. Yeah, so like I think my main thing is like, would you be open to viewing us as like equals and like taking on like that kind of responsibility like that I'm talking about?
Sure. I mean, yes, I would.
Great. Thank you, Jacob. Okay, so practically what does that mean? Sorry. So what does that mean practically is that like we'll be supporting each other during other people's events, for example, like maybe our external teams having an event and like we will still support each other. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
great. So next question is like, so Jacob, like I just want to understand like what you want to get out of this as well. To my understanding, it's like you want to build your support system of friends.
Yes, that is, I guess, the main incentive. But I feel like other than that, I'm just very open to meeting new people, especially in the times of the pandemic. It's very hard to go out and meet people because most classes are online. And I feel like this is a very good means to do so.
Are there any, Sam Yetri, are there any specific skill sets or abilities that you want to develop like by the end of the term?
I definitely want to develop two things specifically. Firstly, my public speaking, and also my approachability. So not so much the fact that I will go out to meet people, but more drawing people to be able to talk to me.
Okay, thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Jacob, for your presentation. We've reached the end of the Q&A segment. I'd like to close the Q&A. Would anybody like to?
Anya, you 1 second.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay. So good job, Jacob. Let's give him a round of applause. Jacob, could you kindly wait outside as we go on to do the voting?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jacob.
I'll bring you back in later for the voting. Good job, Jacob.
Thank you. Do I mute the?
Yes.
don't-
Don't mute.
All right, ladies and
All right.
gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we're now going to be proceeding to the voting stage. So those who have voting rights, you will be allowed to vote. Online, those with the video feed on, you are the ones with voting rights, okay? Please raise your virtual hand. So everybody who has voting rights, please raise your virtual hand on Zoom. And then once your virtual hand is raised, we can send the link. Okay, give us a moment. All right, the link has been sent. So please click the link, vote, and lower your virtual hand once you're done. Okay, we have tallied the votes. Can I screen share? All right, we have tallied the votes and the results are as follows. Oh, unanimous, yes. Okay, so you can. All right, Jacob, I need you to come down here. And just a reminder that the outcome of this thing does not reflect your performance. Okay? Regardless of anything, don't worry about it. Yeah, you did a good job. Hey, calm down. All right. All right, Jacob, you need a 66.7% in order to be elected, okay? All right, and the results are as follows in 3, 2, 1. With a unanimous vote of confidence, Jacob has been voted in as the e-house chair. Congratulations, Jacob. All right, everyone. So we'll take a short break, 5 minutes. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. So before we proceed on to the next house chair election, please join us at 10:40 11:55 a.m. Thank you.
Hello, Anya, can you hear me? Hello, Anya, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me now? Mic test 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Okay. Can you disconnect your audio and we ask them to hear? Or turn off your speaker. Okay. Guys in the other room, can you hear me? Is it clear? Okay. Hello? 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 Hello. Okay, yes. Good evening, good afternoon. So we're going to be proceeding with the second house chair election for the day. It's the G House chair. So I'd like to open up the nomination for G House chair. Would anybody like to get this rolling? Jane Yeo. Wonderful. So Jane has accepted the nomination. She's been nominated and she's accepted the nomination for G House chair. You may proceed to the stage while we give a few seconds to allow anybody else who wants to be G House chair to nominate themselves.
Everyone nominate me.
No, I want a successful term. Okay, you can. Go ahead.
Okay. What's the Zoom?
That's it.
No, no Zoom
That's it.
microphone. Really?
Yep.
Where's the microphone?
That's all. That's it. That's how it worked just now. And you said it was clear. It's on you, man. It's on you. Okay, I'll be listening in. Can you just do a mic test in a moment?
Okay, so every time you're not speaking, right, mute the mic. So how do you know when the mic is muted is when this mic is on? So just click and hold this. Yeah. Then to unmute into the same place. So you can do a mic test. Mic test.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, that's good. Then for your presentation at the 8 minutes, roughly how long? I think 6, 7. Okay, so if anything like any hits 8 minutes, I'll show you that you have 2 minutes left. And if you look at the sign, if you acknowledge the presence, if you saw that I held up the 2-minute mark sign, the 2 minutes left sign, then look at me and mark. Then I will know that I can put it back down. Okay. Then that's about it. We have 10 minutes of presentation, 20 minutes for Q&A. Then you can check. All the best, Vicky.
Good morning, I'm Janielle and I'm running for G House Chair. Today I will be sharing why I want to run for G House Chair, as well as what I plan to do for my peers. Before I get into that, here are a few things about myself. I'm currently a year 1 pursuing biomedical engineering, and my MBTI personality type is ENFPT, which stands for extroverted, intuitive, feeling, prospective, turbulent. I am a Hufflepuff, which is known for being loyal, hardworking, and patient. Just for fun, I included in the slide that I am a Scorpio. Yes, my birthday is coming soon. I accept gifts. I'm kidding. I hope that gives you a better insight about the kind of person I am. Throughout my life, these are the roles I've undertaken. I was Secretary of Student Council, as well as the trumpet section leader in symphonic band. Additionally, I've planned events before and taken charge, then like being event assistant in charge for Teams Conference, which is a national conference where we invited student leaders across the country to come down and learn more about community service so they can initiate their own community-oriented projects in their own communities. I repeated the word community twice in the last sentence, but anyways, I was also overall admin in charge for Enkindle Camp, which was a camp to train facilitators to prepare for their roles during their respective level camps. From these experiences, I learned 5 leadership practices. Firstly, is to model the way. If I expect my house committee to show up for all the house events, I myself have to carry that out as well. Secondly, inspire a shared vision. How I interpret this is that when times get tough, it's important for us to remind ourselves of our shared vision of improving university life of the engineering students. And how exactly that looks may be different for all of us. But as long as we have a shared goal, We can motivate each other to strive towards it. Thirdly, challenging the process means to think out of the box. Next, this is one of the most important values, in my opinion. I want to help push my fellow committee members and engineering students to be better leaders and empower them to act. Lastly, is to encourage the heart, to affirm others and appreciate their hard work so they know that effort is validated. Okay, on to what I want to achieve during my term. Number one, house identity. The house system is actually quite an important part of an engineering student's university life. It can provide a vibrant student life and allow students from different majors to interact and befriend one another. It can also help students feel a greater sense of belonging to the faculty, especially during this merger between SDE and engineering. As house chair, I will set the tone for how their student life will turn out. One full of color and amazing memories that shows them that engineering is an integral part of their identity. Number two, feedback platform. I want the engineering students to feel heard and know their concerns are important so that we can serve them better and improve their experience. I want house committee to be the bridge between the management committee and students. Number three, I want to increase the influence of house committee. After talking to the previous G House chair, I made it my goal to make the incoming house committee to be more than just manpower. I want us to be activated in other areas as well, to work in collaboration with MC and nitpick our brains to improve the overall experience of engineering students. How exactly do I plan to instill a sense of house identity in the students? One is definitely to increase interactions with them and among them by having more events. From what I observed from this year's Inter-House Games Day, the participation numbers were really low. So I think we can start with smaller scale events within our own houses, such as virtual and physical movie nights. For those who are able to come down, we can book a room in engineering and with appropriate safe distancing measures, enjoy a movie that the students voted to watch. Virtually, we can use Disney Plus and Netflix to stream the movie together. We can also organize a buddy system where they can have meals together and complete challenges to win points for their houses. Another factor we can consider is to have more exciting incentives for events such as a free meal at any NUS F&B outlet for two. After the event, we should send out surveys to ask for suggestions and feedback, or even ask during the event itself, so we know what we can do to improve and attract more to come down next time. Moving on to my plans for feedback platform. I recently discovered that these are our current feedback platforms. Office hours, which is a Zoom meeting held every Monday to Thursday from 10 to 11 p.m. for anyone to join and discuss with the MC members in the call. Students can also simply message our Instagram. The problem with these platforms is that there's a need to increase the awareness of them. We can do so using the various Telegram channels, which will then lead to the question of how we can raise awareness of the Telegram channels then. We can potentially use flyers, a booth, as well as the Engine Club newsletters. However, for the shyer students, they might not utilize these platforms. So we can also look into having an anonymous feedback platform. How I plan to increase influence of HouseCom is by working closely with the MC, especially the FOP directors. FOPs are a good platform to introduce the house system to the freshmen, so the HouseCom can be more involved to show them what the house culture is like, hype them up about the houses, and make them excited about how colorful their university life will be as an engineering student. We can integrate more of the house system into the FOPs by having competition between the houses, and the best house can win prizes. Maybe a bubble tea, the Liho student promo one for everyone in the house. This concludes my presentation, and I hope to be working with you all to improve our peer student life together. Thank you.
I don't think I can be heard. I think Sam year 3, thank you, Junior, for your presentation. My first question is, I really love your plans. So, like, I wanted to know, like, maybe a timeline of sorts on like how you would actually get united today. How it will come to fruition, like from day one until like your different like plans from semester 1 and semester 2.
Minimally, I want to have at least 2 events every semester. But like because it's movie night, it's quite a small scale event. So I think it's feasible to have it more than just twice a semester. Maybe we can even have one like the following week. It's like very easy to plan the logistics for, to plan the program for, because we're just gonna ask them what kind of movie they want, then just stream it. It's not that hard.
Seventy-three, thank you, Daniel. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention this for everybody joining us online. If you'd like to vote, if you'd like to have a question, please raise your virtual hand and you'll be in the queue for that, and we'll tell you when to unmute yourself, okay? All right, it looks like Anya has a question.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay, so can I go over your plans with you again? Oh, by the way, it's not a drink with 2 eyes.
Oops.
And also, why do you not use my photo and use Mimi's photo? That is a different thing. Okay, so right. Hey, by the way, it's okay. I'm just kidding. Okay, so okay, so you said that maybe the different side, sorry, yeah. So for this one, you said that you wanted movie night, right? What the body system, right? Okay, in terms of movie night, how do you and your goals for these events would be for people to be able to interact with each other and create bonding within the house, right?
Yep.
How would you say that movie night will be able to help you achieve this goal of yours?
I think movie night is a good starting platform because like currently, like last year we didn't really have many events. So movie night is a good way for them to just come down first, maybe like see each other's faces, recognize their peers, then like just slowly get comfortable. Like they have an activity to do, so they can just like watch the movie and bond over the movie first. They have a common thing to bond over first. Then after a while, maybe we can have more events like the buddy system so that they can interact more than just about the movie. Yeah.
Okay. I know this is not your answer. I'm very sorry, online people. Okay. So I lost my train of thought. Can you give me 1 second? Well, I'll literally okay. So okay. So how would you envision you executing this event? So from the very start of it, like ideation. Okay, so the event I'm referring to is the movie night event. Ideation to planning to execution to the filming of the event. How would you do it?
Okay, so I don't think there's really that much to plan for, except that like we have to book a room for those who want to come down physically to watch together. Then other than that, we can also like provide snacks for them. That's something you can look into. So then to promote this event, we can use the Telegram channel. But I know some people aren't in the Telegram channel. So to promote our Telegram channels, we can like, I know each course, they usually have their own Telegram channel. And I think most people will be in there because it's like relevant to their studies. So they're more likely to be in there. So we can try, I think our management committee has probably at least has one from each course. So we can ask them to send in the links in their own respective like majors, the Telegram channels for their majors. Then from there, hopefully with like more people in the Telegram channels, then they can, you know, indicate their interest to come down, and then we can plan accordingly. Yeah.
So as you know, publicity wise, usually it's not very effective, right? Like our response rate are usually on the low side. So is there anything you do that is different and that is an improved version of what has been going on thus far? With like all the publicity within also, what will you do to improve on it?
One, I think that our house Instagram channels aren't very active. Like from what I see, all we did was post who the house com is, and that's all. So I think that's one way we can like increase our outreach. Because if our Instagram accounts are more active, right, then they're more likely to like follow and see what's happening. So like whenever we have events, we should like take photos and post them. And even when we have our own house com meetings, we can like post there so they know like, oh, something's brewing, then you'll get like excited. Yeah, so that's one. And I feel like another reason why the participation numbers are quite low is because I don't think we are like connected enough to the people. So I think we should like talk to them more, like talk to our fellow peers, and like maybe even PM them, just PM random people in the group and like get to know them better. So, and like encourage them to just come down. Yeah.
And thank you so much for your response to that. You decided to think of it that way. I think it's more sense, right? Okay, so I'm going to pass the mic on to Shul for this question.
Show you here too. So first of all, thank you for the presentation. Just now, we had a games day, right? So the participation for that was very low. As if you compare that to movie time, right, the participation might be worse because first of all, it's a longer commitment, longer period of time we need to come down for. And second, we do not have any other incentive in terms of food or any other giveaway. So what do you think we can do to increase participation? Yeah.
I think for those coming down physically, we can provide like snacks for them to enjoy during the movie. And maybe like we can consider also having like a prize at the end of the movie, like maybe a quiz about like the plot, like what happened during the movie, that kind of thing. Then like the prize can be something to incentivize them to come down. Yeah.
Okay, sure here too. So that's a point of information, right? We try not to give them snacks or things they can eat because it encourages them to pick up masks, right? So in a close setting, we try not to do that. So can you think of any other incentive?
Maybe we can give them vouchers for to consume food outside of the movie, like maybe a $10 Cheers voucher for them to buy their own snacks to enjoy after the movie with like the people they meet during the movie. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sure here too. Can you go to the slide with the feedback? Okay, so over here, you wish to increase awareness of these platforms, right? So when was the last time to a Telegram channel you got to know about an event?
Maybe like last week, but not really about Engine Crowd, but for this other community I'm in. Like they also had a movie night, and like the Telegram channel, it wasn't really used just for announcements. It was used to like talk among peers also. That's why it's like easier to check there because it's always active. Yeah.
Right. So with regards to that, right? Do you think the announcement channels which are only one way to give out information is useful at all?
What do you mean? Can you repeat that? Sorry.
I will show you here too. So I'm saying that you are absolutely right. So smaller groups were engaged where the members are engaged, through that groups you might get to know about more events. In those groups you might want to give more feedback, right? But that or the downside is that you can't do that for if you have a lot of members in the group, right? So with regards to social media publicity, be Instagram or Telegram, it has to be done through announcement channels or if not announcement channels, even if it's like both ways, the groups are very big, right? But do you think that these channels are effective at all? Or do you remember yourself like in like so far in the university life to realize that there was this event through one of these announcement channels and like are these channels on mute on your Telegram?
For me personally, I don't really mute channels. That's why I don't really encounter this problem. Like if I see an event that I'm interested in, I will forward myself to the saved messages in Telegram. So I don't really know how to combat this for those who do mute the channels. Maybe like somehow make it like give them like a reason why they shouldn't mute the channels. Like maybe they realize, oh, I missed out on this great event. So next time I won't mute it so that I won't miss out on the opportunity to go for the next event.
See, I'm actually there too. That's a good incentive, but I mean, I have various channels on mute and I don't even know what I missed. So that's the truth. So I don't know how you will make me realize what I missed, but okay. Okay, so to add on to the question, right? Can you think of any other method for feedback or publicity which does not involve social media?
Maybe booths, like physical booths. Like we can maybe station one during a certain week. So those who come down for lessons, maybe they see the booth after their lesson, they can just come down and like give feedback. Yeah.
That sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think there's a question online from Joseph. Would you like to go next, Joseph?
Oh, hi. Joseph, here too.
Sorry,
Okay.
Joseph, give me a moment.
Hello, hello. Y'all can hear? Hello? 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 Can y'all hear? Hello? Oh, wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay, so Joseph here too. Or maybe it's their audio got problem. Yeah. Hi.
Hey, Joseph, go ahead again.
Okay, Joseph here too. So my first question will be about your feedback platform. I know you have research about like having like office hours as part of our MC to, it's like an avenue for anyone basically to hop on the call to just give feedbacks and or even like they raise their concerns and that kind of stuff. But you as a house comm, how do you think you can make it better in a sense of like just, is it just only using this MC existing platforms, or like do you have any other ideas where we can outreach better in a sense to the student population based on like maybe through your house comm methods in a sense? Yeah.
I think we can like those that we've interacted before, maybe we can like just PM them and ask them what they think about the events we've had, and maybe even ask their friends. And I think the office hours is a really good platform to utilize, but it could be quite awkward for those who aren't like very comfortable with those in the call to like just join and like give criticism. Yeah. So I think it's like better we interact with the people first, then make them feel comfortable enough to share what they think, and then they can join the call, or they can just like PM the house comm. Yeah.
Okay, Joseph, here too. My next question would be, how do you intend to raise the sort of the activity of those that is in the like telegroup, since the telegroups currently is being underutilized, or most of them are pretty phantom lah, yeah, in a sense. Yeah.
Maybe we can have like weekly messages for them, like maybe like weekly motivational messages, or just like we just need to make the channel a place where it's comfortable enough for them to send anything they want, like maybe an engineering news article that they found interesting. So like we can just slowly start using the channel for all these kinds of reasons, not just announcements. Then that can help to increase the activity and might help to like encourage other people to also just text in the group.
Joseph, here too. So by building that kind of community, you gotta understand that with this one point, that inside the Telegram group, there are members that is year 1 to year 4. So how do you think like your particular direction in or even your methods in doing so will actually interact, like actually provide the kind of interest level in year 1s to year 4s? Because like year 1s, year 2s, year 3, year 4, their focus are all different. And year 1s is mainly, I think a lot of them join the house system, maybe they want to make friends, they want to be more social in a sense, to the community. But for the year 2s, year 3s, and year 4s, the ones that are focused more on the FYPs, that kind of thing. So how do you think you can actually include all those people that's like maybe like year 3, year 4 onwards, rather than year 1, year 2s?
For those more focused on like the academics and FYPs, I guess we can give them a platform for them to like find study groups. Like if maybe even though they're from different majors, they can still like collaborate for the FYPs, like just pick their strengths and like just get to know about other engineerings more. Like we can just give them that platform to like learn more rather than just play.
Joseph, year 2. So I have another question with regards to like the influence of and the house committee. So can you like further elaborate what do you mean by like just increase the kind of influence? Like I know it's working in collaboration with the MC, but like what kind of influence are you talking about?
Like I wanted to, like I wanted to say that I didn't want house comm to just be seen as manpower. I want them to be like more involved in the events that we have in Engine Club. Like that's why the main activities that I think that we could be more useful in is like FOPs, because that's where we can like introduce the house system to them. Yeah.
Okay, Joseph, here too. Another question with regards to like people signing up for the house system, right? Because you're talking about you're gonna be more on the ground in a sense to interact with people to actually join the house system. So let's say I give you this scenario whereby you are out there with your house comm. So how are you gonna entice people to really like just say, hey, actually house committee, sorry, the house system is a good platform for me to be in, because like when you pitch to people outside, right, then people like house comm, why would I need to join, that kind. Yeah. So what are your pointers like to sort of convince them to join?
Well, like can just tell them that the house system can be like for fun and like it can benefit them academically also, because they can meet more people, and like connections are always important even when you go work out in the real world, like you can learn a lot from other people from different courses, and like these connections can really like help to like build who they are as a person. And yeah, that's why she just joined the house system.
Thank you.
Sam, year 3. I'm looking at your leadership philosophy, and then I see that it's a nice way of doing things. But there are times where like people in the team may not show up, or like they don't support you. Like although like they have the heart, but then like they don't turn up, or like they are busy or whatever, having other commitments. Like how do you go about doing that? Because your initiatives are like, I think frequent and far-reaching, right? Like, if I understand correctly, right? Yeah, the smaller things and like the more frequent engagements, those kind of things, right? But that would need like distributed manpower, because there's only so much bandwidth you have as a person as well, right? So how would you try to manage that and then get the support of your team and handle it when they don't support, they don't show up for you?
I think if they even like applied for the role, I'm sure they have the heart for it, right? So if they don't show up, it's probably because they have like really valid reasons, like they have other commitments. So I think this kind of thing is like a give and take. Like if like they can don't show up for like one event, and then the next event they can help cover for it. Like it's just like not everyone has to give in their all the time. It's like a collaboration. Like it's a team effort. Like they cover for me when I can't make it, then I cover for them when they can make it. Yeah.
Sam, year 3. Thank you for that. My next question was about your strategy for managing your team relative to the initiatives that you want to do. So, like, how are you going to do that? Is it going to be like you oversee everything, or are you going to delegate like each of your team members to spearhead one thing, or how is that going to work? How are you going to manage that?
I think I will oversee everything, but each person in the housecom will be in charge of something. Like maybe one person can be the publicity head, and then another person can like focus more on like the movie nights. Another person can look into inter-house events, the kind of thing. Yeah.
Sam, leading on to that is like, how many people do you think you need in your team in order to achieve your vision? And then what's the structure? Because if I'm not mistaken, it wasn't covered here, or was it covered?
What do you mean?
Like your design, your dream team structure, and like how many people will be in your dream team in order to help you achieve this vision that you presented?
For the number of people, isn't it like fixed? Because housecom has 5 people.
It's very cool actually.
I see. Well, I think we can work with at least 3 people, like minimally 3. Yeah. What is your other question?
Actually, yeah, that's it. I mean, like your dream team size is 3.
Yeah, minimally. Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, the more the
including you
merrier.
or excluding you?
Including me.
Okay, and follow up to that is like, how do you plan to recruit these people, and what do you look for when you're recruiting these people?
I think the main thing I'm looking for is passion. Like even when the workload gets heavy, or even when like the numbers don't seem to be improving, like we still keep pushing on. Like that's the kind of like fighting spirit I'm looking for. Yeah, and I think to find this, maybe I can just start with asking my friends if they have anyone in mind, or maybe even just like slowly getting to know those in my house better, and I try to spot one. Like even if they don't actively like apply, maybe I can just approach them and tell them that, oh, I see the potential in you, so why not just consider it? Yeah.
So year 2. So with regards to FOP now, right? Point of information. So all the OTLs are under the house com. So basically, 3 households will be under you, right? So how do you think that you will convince someone to be an OGL?
I think it's about like serving, like to see if they really have the heart to serve. Like just think about like they are gonna be like some of the first few people that they will meet in like NUS engineering. So like do they want to be the first people that they remember, the first people who set the tone for the rest of their university life, for the rest of their like house journey. Like if they are interested in shaping that for someone else, then I encourage them to join and be OGL.
Okay, then for year 2, how will the answer change if the FOP is completely online?
I mean, if it's online, there's even more reason for them to even more reason for them to step up, because online is like easier to feel disconnected. So if they really want to push themselves to be better leaders, to be better facilitators, then I encourage them to still continue to stay on and try to make the FOP a good one for the freshmen, because it really sets the tone for how like the university life will be in engineering.
Okay, for year 2, were you part of any orientations this year?
Yeah, I was part of Engine Chem and Engine Week.
Okay, so how did the OGL influence your university life?
Well, like I feel like they weren't really very like my Engine Chem OGL. I really liked him because he was very chill and he really did help to like facilitate conversations between us, and he really tried to like initiate bonding between us. But then for Engine Week, because it was 2 separate days, right? And it was like 2 different groups of OGs, I think it was a bit confusing for him. Like it felt like he had to redo the whole thing again. So it's like, because I was on the second day, so I could tell that he was like a little tired already. And like it didn't really give me like a good, like a happy like Engine Week like memory, because like he's the main person that we interacted with during the O week. So like he really was like the main reason. Like he was the really main factor on how I felt about O week. Yeah.
Okay, for year 2, the last question for me. So as you know that some OGLs can perform good, some might perform good throughout half of the year, and after the second half they might not be very energetic, right? So how can you as a house chair ensure that the OGLs who recruit are able to engage the students, because that's the most important part of the campaign days?
I think we can try to tell from dry runs or like mock scenarios to see how they would act as OGLs, and also like to like encourage them to push on. I think it's important to like really affirm them and like really like act out this value of encouraging the heart, because if they feel very drained and they don't feel like very affirmed by it, like if they feel they cannot see a purpose into doing this, then of course they won't perform well. So it's important to remind them what they are doing this for and encourage them to strive on, because it's just one more day. Yeah.
Sam year 3. Thank you, Daniel, for patiently answering our questions. My next question is, I think the entire presentation was structured into 3 parts. The last part was about working in close collaboration with the management committee towards the FOPs and other things, right? So I wanted to ask, like, how much stake do you think you would have in that you desire to have in the camps, and like how involved like you think you all would be, in a sense, like to create the vision that you strive to bring forward?
I think we should be pretty involved in the planning for programs, like ensure that there really is enough house interaction, like intra-house interaction as well as inter-house interactions, to give them a greater sense of what the house system is like. Yeah.
Can I, Sam Year 3? I wanted to ask, like, yeah, so the answer is just programs, is it?
Mainly programs, yes.
Would you be open to being involved in the operations side as well?
Yeah. Operations don't they like help out with programs as well? Kind of.
Wow, so you mean like just everything in a sense, like where help is needed.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Sam Year 3, wanted to also ask your views on this. What if you all had an equal standing as like a camp director?
Equal standing.
Yeah.
Like we have this, like we have the same amount of influence over the FOP.
Yes.
I feel like that won't really be very fair to the camp director, because that's their main role. So I feel like we should at least be maybe at least a level below them. Like they still oversee everything. They still make the final decisions, but we can still give our input to them.
So you mean like you'll be heavily involved, but like the camp director has the final say?
Yeah.
But then you will supplement in areas that need of help.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think does anybody have any other questions before the last question? Okay. I'll ask the second last question. So I wanted to ask, what are your strengths in terms of the skill sets that you bring to the table, so that strength in terms of the skill sets that you bring to the table. And if you want to narrow the scope down a bit, you can narrow the scope down to event management and team building.
From my experience in event planning, I feel like miscomm is always a problem. So it's always important to like communicate effectively, but that miscomm will definitely happen. So, and miscomm is probably one of the main reasons why like the event doesn't go the way that you planned it out to be. So it's important to like also I have quick problem solving skills to think on the spot, and like just to mitigate the issue quickly so that the event can carry on smoothly. Those are some event management skills that I think I have. And for team, like I feel like my leadership philosophy I feel like those are basically my strengths. Like I know how to delegate work, and I know how to like push my team members to be better leaders, to be better people, so that they can also get something out of this. They can also learn a new skill, learn a valuable experience.
Thank you for that, Daniel. And this is the last question. So the last question is before you end, I wanted to ask, could you give us like a timeline from, did I see this already? The timeline from now until semester 2. So like just quickly summarize.
Including semester 2?
Yes. If you can, you just extract it as far as you can. Yeah, you don't have to force anything. You just try to understand your thought process and calibrate expectations.
I think I want to have like many small events in semester 1. Minimally twice, but if we can do more, like I'm hoping to do like maybe 5. Wait, there's only 4 weeks left in sem 1. Okay, I think 2 is a reasonable number. Then sem 2, I will try to amp up a bit more, and like maybe middle of the sem have an inter-house competition, so it's a bigger event, and have also like many mini small events as well. And maybe we can start having the buddy system then. Yeah, like maybe that can be like another big event, and then we don't really need to have the movie nights anymore, because the main focus would be on the buddy system. Yeah.
thank you so much. We've come to the end of like the Q&A session. So good job, Daniel.
Thank you.
Daniel, I need you to go outside as we carry on with the voting procedure. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us online. We will now be going into the voting procedure. So those who have your cameras on, please raise your virtual hands. Then once all your virtual hands are raised, we will send the voting link. All right, give us a moment. All right, the link has been sent into the. Please vote and then lower your virtual hand when you're done. All right, we're still waiting on a few people to finish voting. Please lower your virtual hand so that we know that you're done voting. Okay, so all except one virtual hand is lowered, but it's okay. All right, so we have tallied the votes through our trustee vote tallier, and the results are as follows.
Okay, give me the mic. This is my house chair. Okay, so I'm headed. No. Okay, sorry. Hi everyone, I'm Yas speaking. So we have come to the end of the voting, and as you can see on the screen, JNR has garnered 100% of the vote, and that's why with a unanimous vote every single time you see 100% on the screen. So very much congratulations to correct sector. Sorry, JNR has been elected into the position of G House Chair, so I'll call out now. I'm sorry, I'm a little sick. I'm not usually like this.
Top 30. But we can place the order. We can place the order. Yeah, we should. Of course. All right, Janio, I need you to come to the stage, and I decided I'll give Anya the honor, so I'll be the one sharing the poll later. So.
Do you know how to use it? Yeah. Okay. Not sure results. Okay, so this is the moment. Whether we have a successor or not. We'll find out now. Yes, so that was actually the cue. So, 100% of the votes indicate that you have successfully been elected in as G House Chair. What do you have to say about this? Deep block, best block. Okay, so backstory, they're both from the same block, B block. I'm also from IA, I'm from B. Hey, I'm one. Send two or B block. Send two. Yeah. Yeah, B block. With me also B block. I don't teach you anything. I'm not Yusofian.
All right, so Damien has successfully been elected as the G-House Chair for the 44th National Committee. Congratulations, Damien. Good job. All right, so we will now be taking a lunch break. Oh, not now. Okay, we will not be taking a lunch break. We will take a 5-minute break, and we will resume in 5 minutes. Please join us in 5 minutes. Yeah, thank you. Sharon has nominated and stuff. Thank you. That was, ladies and gentlemen, that was 5 minutes according to our team's timeline. Okay, so we're back and we're gonna proceed with the elections for our business director. So I would like to open the nomination for business director. Would anybody like to nominate anyone at all?
Sure, we have to nominate.
You can go ahead. No, no, go ahead.
Okay, so we have to propose
Wait.
the 5 minutes for the
Okay, so sorry guys, I apologize. It's my fault. We're having a 5 minute break again. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay. We are back. So now we'll proceed with the business director elections. Okay, so I'd like to open up the nomination for business director. Would anybody like to nominate anyone?
Yes, we would like to nominate Yasmin for business.
Okay, Anya, year two nominated Yasmin, and Rachel, year two seconded. Yasmin, do you accept? Yasmin accepted the nomination for business director. Would anybody else, we'll leave the nomination open for a few seconds to allow anybody else to nominate themselves or anything. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we got Yasmin's presentation ready. So just a reminder to those of you who are joining us online, if you would like to vote, here's your chance to switch on your camera. Okay.
If I change slide, I just press that one, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
you can press that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, just checking.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's it.
Yeah, she'll brief you.
How do you need to do with the people?
Oh, okay, never mind. I'll brief
That's-
you. I'll just give you- No, try it.
So this is for the LT. Oh yeah, you really had this briefing.
Yes.
Should I had this briefing? Yeah, so at the 8-minute mark, I'll show you that you have a sign that says that you have 2 minutes left. So when you see the sign, just look at me and nod. Yeah,
okay.
then I will put it back down. Okay. That's all at all. You can start whenever you're ready. I'll begin. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yasmin Fang, and I will be running for the role of Business Director. Today, I will be introducing myself, which includes my background and past experiences, the issues that the current committee is facing based on my current understanding, the ideas, which includes the directions for business committee, and finally, how I will overcome potential challenges that arise from my idea. This includes what I want to achieve by the end of the term. Here is an introduction about myself. I am Yasmin Fang Chiling, a year 1 student in environmental engineering. I have past experiences as a counselor and even joined programs such as Youth Corps Leadership Program. I hope to contribute to engineering club through my leadership experiences. I will now present some issues that the business committee currently faces. The business committee is in charge of running engine stores and conducting events such as house merchandise sales and even fundraising. The director for 43rd Management Committee has shared with me some of the issues the committee faces, and I will be addressing them in the next few slides. The first issue raised is operations. There is manpower shortage as the committee was not fully formed in the past academic year. Like in the start of the past academic year, the events are also impromptu due to the fact that there are little time to work on the projects, little time to allocate and segregate the tasks efficiently, and it took time for stakeholders to approve the events. To ensure that the committee is fully formed from the start of the academic year, we can engage with the 43rd Business Committee members. We can hear about their experiences and share it with the potential members. This creates an avenue for potential members to reach out to the committee members in case they have any questions. Secondly, we can make the recruitment process timely. We can confirm an interview slot for the potential members within 3 working days and release the results within 5 working days. This ensures that the members are recruited early. To allow more time to work on the projects, we can come up with a committee work plan. Here is a list of initiatives that business committee can conduct during the academic year. The members are included in the committee work plan so as to ensure that each member has an equal workload to do. The committee work plan also ensures that the events do not clash. We can even go further into detail and have a weekly plan. The weekly plan will include plans for an event and the execution. To allow time to allocate and segregate the tasks efficiently, we can allocate each member to a role. Within their roles, they have certain actions to do and certain responsibilities. Whenever an idea is being proposed by a member, we can follow this template so that everyone knows what they should be doing. The second issue raised by the committee is outreach. The committee has to contact many buyers manually, and there is reduced physical visibility of merchandise due to COVID-19. To solve the issue of manual recruitment, we can get a member of the committee who knows how to streamline the process to
manage the orders. As for the issue of reduced physical visibility, the committee will push for physical events by capitalizing the benefits of conducting them. If we really have to conduct the events online, then we can use social media such as Instagram to engage with the student population. After addressing the issues, I have some ideas to be proposed for the committee. Before I propose the ideas, however, I would like to share some of my visions. For the student population, I wish that students get to fully utilize the merchandises so that they get this sense of identity. For the club, I wish that more funds can be used for the events in engineering club. And for the committee, I hope that each member finds purpose in their own role. So for the student population, one of the initiatives I have is this Engine Objects Challenge. This challenge aims to make the engine store more accessible to the student population. The students can showcase themselves using objects bought from the pop-up stores in their daily lives. They can post on social media, and this helps to outreach to other students. There will also be a feedback platform where students can rate their experiences in buying and using the products. This platform can be online or in the form of a notice board. We can also update the product catalog consistently so that it helps to smoothen the transition into College of Design and Engineering. I hope that by creating merchandises with CDE logo, the students can have this sense of identity towards the college. For the club, I wish that more funds can be used for events. To ensure that we generate more funds, there will be this increase in involvement. For example, we can liaise with Alumni Relations Director to promote the products to alumni, and even conduct workshops for the students to create merchandise so that they do not only have to buy the merchandise to raise funds for the engineering club. I will also be liaising with Financial Secretary consistently to ensure that other subcommittee and subclubs have enough funds. For the committee, I wish that each member finds purpose in their own role. I can do that through regular check-ins. I wish to have bonding sessions throughout the term and make sure that their efforts get recognized along the way. I can do this through acknowledging them for their efforts. When conflicts arise, I wish to be the one who steps in and builds trust in them so that we can all work together to make the events we conduct successful. After proposing these ideas, you may think that there will be some challenges. So to overcome them, so one of the challenges I thought of is that the participation from student population might not be active. So to overcome that, engineering club members can walk the talk. So for example, they can publicize the Engine Object Challenge. Another challenge I thought of is that the stocks from the suppliers can come later than usual. So I believe that stakeholder prioritization matrix comes into use at this timing. So we must engage with the relevant stakeholders to overcome this challenge. All in all, I wish that my team and I can work together to create this sense of identity and purpose. I'm honored to be standing here to be running for the role of business director. As a business director, I wish to create a sense of identity amongst both my committees and student population. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Yasmin, for your presentation. We will now go into the Q&A segment. Those who have questions, please raise your virtual hand and you'll be queued for the question segment. All right, Sam Yetri, I wanted to ask about like the prioritization matrix, I think. Yeah, so can you just like elaborate on this and why the rationale behind this?
So when this kind of challenge occurs, we have to think of many perspectives. For the suppliers, what they aim to do is to provide the products for us. For the students, they would want to get the products. And for the presidential cell, they would want the event to go smoothly. This stakeholder prioritization matrix shows how we should engage with the relevant stakeholders. So for input of events, what I mean is how a certain stakeholders' involvement will influence the project. So as you can see, since the suppliers are the one providing the products, their input is very high. And as for the students, as they are only buying the products, their input is lower. As for the impacts of success of business, what I mean is how their involvement in the project will impact the success of it. So as for the students, as they are paying for the products, their involvement will have a great impact on the success of our business. So that is why they are rated very high on the impact. So the rationale of this matrix can show how we should engage with the stakeholders. So for the students, we have to update them regularly so that they wouldn't lose interest in buying the products. And as for the presidential cell, we need to engage them early so that they know that the event is still flowing smoothly. And for the suppliers, we need to interact with them regularly so that like both of us know how we should settle the shipment of the products. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. But I think students should be a higher priority in terms of input, I think, because I'm just trying to understand. So input for events means like what kind of events you conduct and initiatives you conduct, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, I think just a note is that I think students should have a high input because at the end of the day, they're the consumer. So that the customer comes first principle is here as well. So if we can find ways to get students more prioritized, I think it'd be good. Yeah.
Okay.
So like based on that, how can we prioritize students in our initiatives?
To prioritize students in our initiatives, I believe that we can involve the students more in the events that the business committee conducts. So for example, I raised up the idea of having a workshop for the students. So I believe that students can join workshops to make products that they like. So this increases the involvement of the student population, and we can also earn revenue at the same time. So by conducting the workshops, it is a win-win situation, as like we get to raise the funds and students get to be like involved and enjoy what they are doing.
Sammy, can you explain a little bit or point us to which point of the slides talks about the workshop? So can you give an example of how like the workshop will lead to merchandise?
So
Or like whatever, it doesn't lead to merchandise. I'm just trying to understand like how the workshop comes into play. Thank you.
for example, if we were to sell artworks, we can actually provide the students with the art materials and conduct a art workshop for them to create their own artwork. So like by creating the artwork, they have a greater sense of belonging to whatever they created. And I think that is one way to conduct the workshops.
Thank you. I think that's pretty cool actually, now that I understand it. Okay. My next question, since nobody else has any questions yet, is there's a slide about updating the catalog consistently, right? So when will this CD transition take place in your plan, and how consistent is consistent? Like what is the
Thanks for the question. I've been thinking about that question also, and I think consistent means about two weeks. So once every 2 weeks, we will check on the products to see if they are relevant to engineering club. And for the transition into the college, it also really depends on the management committee. Like when do they want to transition into CDE? Yeah, so I would just see when the college will transition, and I will just follow up as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. There's no other questions yet, so I'll continue. So Sam year 3. What does it take to make a product from like idea to like sales? Can you just run us through that process in your mind? I'll just continue a little bit because I know you have the workshop thing in place also. So I roughly understand it, but I want everybody to get a clear picture of like how you're gonna come up with a product from idea to sales and fulfillment.
Thanks for the question. When you ask that question, I instinctively thought about my design thinking module. So like we first we empathize. So we get to the ground and see what the students would want to make. So that will generate the idea, and then we can start like prototyping. So the committee members can so-called do a dry run and make the final product for like students to see. So after the students know how the process of the workshops will go, then we can conduct the work. The committee members can conduct the workshops on the larger scales for the students. And during that process, we will also ask the students if like they will want their artworks to be sold to others, or they just want to keep it to themselves. Yeah. And I think that is how I will get an idea into sales.
Sam year 3, thank you for that. Okay.
Oh yeah, ask question. Yeah, of course. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, what kind of people are you looking for in your business community?
Thanks for the question. The first thing I would definitely look for is someone who has specialized skills in the role that they would want to apply for. So for example, if they want to be a logistics member, then I would prefer them to know how to like automate the ordering process and also know how to manage logistics. As for the publicity members, I hope that they will at least know how to use platforms like Canva or even Canva. Then but with that being said, hard skills is not the only trait that I'm looking for. I also look for people who are willing to commit to the community and also people who try their best in doing the things that they want to do. Thank you.
Okay, okay, it's okay, we'll begin together. We'll maintain, keep the voting intact. We just hold on to the meeting for a while, okay? Yeah, sure. But wait, just something entertain our people, like they like have a long
Okay. I'm not sure if you went over this, but can you refresh on what you feel that it can be improved from last year's business director initiative?
Thanks for the question. So the first thing I mentioned is the recruitment process. So for recruitment, we can faster recruit the members so that we can quickly gather a shared vision and conduct the events early. The previous director mentioned that since there was a shortage of manpower, the events cannot be carried out smoothly. So I want to address that issue by recruiting more manpower early. Yeah, and the second so-called solution I propose is to have a template that allows committee members to know like what they are doing, so that when any events such as pop-up sales are being brought up, the committee members will know what they have to do already, so that even when an event is being planned only a month or a few weeks before the actual day, the committee members have more clarity on what to do. Yeah, I think that's all. Thank you.
Okay, Anaya, thanks so much for the response. It's very easy to say that you want to do that. I mean, it's very easy for all of us to say that. Oh yes, let's do recruitment early. So how do you, because there is this persistent issue of manpower and education. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have tried to do recruitment early, but they have unfortunately failed. So, but do you have any strategies to combat this?
Firstly, I would want the human touch to the recruitment process. So I would engage with the existing committee members to hear about their experiences. And during publicity, I will share the committee members' experiences to the student population so that the students know like what to expect when they join this committee. Secondly, I will also get to the ground and just promote by word of mouth, because I think word of mouth is quite a powerful tool for convincing people to get on board and serve the engineering community. I think that is how I would want to like try and recruit students earlier. Does that answer?
Okay, yeah, that does answer the question. But just now when you asked the first question, when you answered your first question, what was the second solution that you mentioned again? Sorry.
Is to have a template that
right.
assigns, yeah.
Can you elaborate more about that template?
Okay, I will just go back to the slide. So for this one, the authority means that the actions that the members will be doing. So like whenever a title is being brought up, the people have to do this certain set of actions. Then the responsibility is like what they will be accountable for during the planning and execution of the event. So like this template is still quite rough and not specific. It will be specified when like all the members are on board the committee. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you so much for the answer. I guess this is a good first step, but then like this kind of thing like definitely has to be continuously follow up, right? Given that if you just like show them this table, they probably if they don't follow up, then that would be undesirable. Okay, yeah. So yeah, thanks for answering that part of my question. So back to the recruitment, sorry, last question for me. Do you if all else fails, right, and you don't get to recruit the number of people that you initially wanted to, will you just take more things upon yourself?
Thanks for the question. If I do not recruit enough manpower for the committee, I would distribute the workload among the existing members. I feel that I shouldn't be overloading myself because I do have like others whom I should take care of. So yes, I will definitely split the workload among the existing members. I would communicate to the existing members by addressing that there is not enough manpower and acknowledging them for the hard work they have done. So yeah, for me, I would try to address the fact that we have to split the workload in a respectful way. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the answer. It's definitely going to be impactful. That's about it from me. I think I'll pass the mic on to Rachel for the question. Okay, I'll pass it to Santa. Oh, Rachel. Hello. Rachel, you just follow up on manpower. How many number of people are you planning to recruit?
Thanks for the question. I think I will follow up with the previous director's footsteps. So the role you see here is the number of people that I would want to recruit. Yeah, I think I would want to I would want everyone in the committee to be important. So that is why like I would want to recruit like less than 10 people into the committee. If we really need to recruit more, then we can definitely like outreach to other students. Thank you.
Rachel, another question is, from your initiatives, I noticed that it's like mostly what the previous director did. Do you have like any new initiatives from the area?
Thanks for the question. I need time to think for a while. Thanks for the question. I feel that as some of the initiatives are quite new and the existing initiatives have been quite well received, I currently do not have much of new initiatives. For example, the Engine Store Instagram account was only being created last year. So like, I think I will want to scale and sustain the account for my term. And as for the T-shirts and merchandises, they are all relatively new. So I wish to sustain those merchandises and be relevant to engineering club. Yeah, so I think that's why I'm not thinking of a completely new initiative right now. Thank you.
Thank you for Rachel. Two last question. I just wanted to ask about like the priorities for merch itself. Since you are transitioning, like, will you be prioritizing CBE's merch? Or we still continue with our current merch and push out any merch?
Thanks for the question. I feel that the CBE merch would be impactful to the students. So that is why I feel that I will prioritize the transition into CBE. We can assess the existing merchandise and like see how we can transform them into something that is related to the design school as well. So yeah, instead of looking at the existing merchandises, I will definitely like make their transition into CBE. Thank you.
Sorry, Rachel, last follow-up. So when you do have like the current engineering merch, and you'll probably have stocks left over. I'm just wondering whether you want to clear stocks or just keep them for future sales.
Thanks for the question. I understand that last year there is a clearance day sales. And I'm not sure whether the sales went well, but I will also want to conduct a clearance day sale if there are extra stocks left. I think this would make Engine Store like cleaner, and we can also generate more revenues. Thank you.
Actually, I want to ask, like, what are your financial goals for the academic year?
Thanks for the question. My financial goal would be to maintain the amount of revenue we have, and it would be even better if we increase the revenue. But currently, I'm thinking that due to the COVID situation, it's quite hard to promote and sell the products. So that is why currently I'm only thinking of maintaining the revenue. Thank you.
Actually, So around like I think it's 16K if I'm not wrong, but I'm not verified the number, it's huge. Yeah, so I'm not so sure. But like how would you I think one of the visions for the club you mentioned is like to get more funding for events or something like that, right?
Yes.
Yes, and that funding is coming from the revenue that business generates, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So like how would you prioritize like which initiatives get that, or would you allow us to decide like to collaborative approach? Like, there's like a limited amount of opportunities, you know what I mean, right? So I'm just trying to understand how, since you're the one who like rainmaker who brought in that money, how would you like make a decision on where the money will be spent?
Thanks for the question. So I think it's important to communicate and liaise with the directors to see like how much fund they need. As for prioritization, I believe in looking at like how many students they are reaching out to and what are the impacts of their event. So I think there is one way that I can prioritize the funding.
How would you measure impact?
Thanks for the question. I think one common way to measure impact is to conduct surveys, and it might be useful to conduct surveys on the students, like joining the various events. So we can collect data from like past years or from past years to see like how satisfied they are with the event. And also we can even talk to the directors to know about their motivations for organizing the event. And I think there is also one way we can measure the impact.
Thank you, Yasmin, for answering the question. My is anybody on that side have a question? You guys have any questions? Okay, have a question. Senior Tree. What is your view on inter-faculty collaborations or inter-organization collaborations for creating products?
Thanks for the question. I believe that inter-faculty collaboration is also very important so that the merchandise we sell does not clash too much. So for example, if like we are transitioning with design school, then we have to like collaborate with them to set up a store that caters to both design and engineering students. Yeah, we can also get inspiration from other faculties to see what they are currently doing with their business and how we can get their idea and like apply it to our own club. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. I think the final question is just I want to understand, you could summarize for us. What do you want to get out of this term, like for yourself personally?
Thank you for the question. So I mentioned that I was in council and have joined leadership programs, right? But I haven't really taken up the role as like a leader. So being a director, I wish to step out of my comfort zone and take care of people who work with me. So I think I want to be something greater than myself and serve the student population by leading as an example. That is the main thing that I would want to achieve. Other skills I would want to achieve definitely includes like stakeholder management, empathy, and even more that I can gain out of my term. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. I think a lot of people can learn from what you just said. All right. We've now come to the end of the Q&A segment. Good job, Yasmin. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So I need your help to stand outside as we get into the voting. All right. So everyone, please join the Zoom call link. I will send the Zoom link for that's for those who haven't. Pick up and are you the Zoom? Okay. I sent the food order check. I don't know what it's oh, the coffee check. Yeah. Sorry. No, all right. Those who have voting rights, I don't think anybody online has voting rights except a few. Yeah. Please raise your virtual hand. Yeah, you do. So thank you for raising your virtual hands. A link will be sent shortly. All right. The voting link has been sent. Please cast your vote and lower your virtual hand once you're done. All right, the votes have been tallied, and a share screen will be done soon. Screen share will be done soon by clicking the share screen button. Yes, okay. The results are as follows. Wonderful. Okay, so she has received 66.7 above 66.7%, and it is elected. Now our financial secretary, the cornerstone of our team, Rachel, will go and bring her. Wow, who is it? Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it. Oh, okay. Sorry, I really meant it. Okay. Yasmin, can you please come to the stage? You did a great job, by the way. All right. So we've tallied the votes, and you need a 66.7% in order to get elected. Here are the results in 3, 2, 1. And with 89% vote of confidence, Yasmin has been elected as the business director for the 44th Management Committee. Congratulations, Yasmin.
Thanks.
Good job. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we've come to our lunch break for the day. We'll be taking a 1 hour break. So please join us at 3:10, where we'll pick up with the rest of the, yeah. See you.
Enjoy lunch.
Thank you. You too. All right, welcome back to whoever, I guess. So now we're going to proceed with our day, but we may a little change the schedule. So if you see the schedule that was published previously is inaccurate. So now we will be doing the camp director later at 6:45 and flag director now. All right, so I'll open up the nomination for flag director. Would anybody like to nominate anyone for flag director? Okay, Anya, you two nominate Shupe for flag director. Would anybody like to second it? Rachel, you have 2 seconds, and Shoaib double second as well. Shupe, do you accept? All right, so the nomination has been accepted. We'll leave like a few seconds to allow anybody who has a sudden inspiration to run for flag director. Okay, Shoaib, you have 2 nominees for the position of flag director. Does anybody second? Oh, so I'm surprised at this spot. Okay, Rachel, you have 2 seconds. Okay, Conrad, do you accept the nomination? Ah, lame. Okay, Conrad doesn't accept the nomination. Okay, so nominations are closed. Okay. So, Shupe, you can get with me. We will. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will have Maybe I need to zoom in a bit more.
Okay, sorry, Shupe.
It's okay.
Oh no, because I received it. I received it a little second later.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have the presentation ready on our first try.
Okay, very good. Oh,
Oh,
looks like you really downloaded it, but you decided to do some space. It's okay, Tim. Even presidents make mistakes. Yeah, it's okay.
you know what's the biggest? Okay.
Don't think too hard on yourself then.
All right. Shupe, all the best. This is how you do it.
Yeah.
You just go ahead, and then when you're not speaking, just press mute. Okay. Don't take it too hard on yourself. All right. All the best.
Yeah, and this is not our raise it up the right way. And remember to not so that I just need to know that you put it up, put it down. Okay.
And then you got 10 minutes, so we'll be timing.
Okay.
And 20 minutes of Q&A. Okay. All the
Okay.
best. We believe in you.
Next time, okay. You can begin anytime you're ready.
Okay.
So good afternoon to all. I'm Shupe and I'll be electing for the flag director role. So basically, this is the table of content that I'm gonna go through: the introduction, direction, intention, ideals, committee structure, and timeline. So for introduction, just a very brief introduction of myself. I'm from ISEM and a year 1. I was previously from RP, studying similar course. So regarding fundraising, I used to be involved in Lion Defender Singapore for fundraising the Tin Cans one. Yeah. So first of all, I'll be showing my directions. So as a team, right, I feel like we will need to have the single and purpose of the word fundraising. So it's like we have to define it together as a team. Like, so that we know that we have the common goal and purpose before we start any event. Then afterwards, like I will try to push my comms like to their limits to consistently come up with new ideas and source for new partnership, like if possible. And like we have to understand the joy of fundraising. I also have to communicate effectively with partnership and with other committees members, and be a supporter and listener to each team member, and understand the importance of working together and sharing of responsibilities. So I'm not very sure if all of you know about these SMART goals. I learned about this like in one of my poly mods. So yeah, so for example, like one of the fundraising events is like selling of used good and unwanted stuff, but they are still in good conditions. So first of all is the S specific, which we have to focus on the numbers. So for the goal of fund event, right, is to raise like $500, like for example. So the measurable is the quantifiable goal. So it's like we have to raise 500 to help low-income families to buy like some basic necessities, right? So it's like along the way you have to like keep track of your progress, like whether you are exiting the $500 or you are way behind the $500, then what can you do to like achieve that goal like at the end of the event. So after that, attainable is like the aspirational but have to be realistic. So it's like you have to set a goal that you really can make it. Like for example, if you set 500, right? Like you cannot, as in like for this kind of event, right, you cannot expect like to have like fundraising of 1K. So it's like you have to be realistic with your amount also. Like yeah, that's why I said it's like around 500. Then for relevant, does it support your mission? So it's like, so you have to always remind yourself that your purpose is to buy basic necessities for 5 low-income families. Like this is just an example. So the time, like the duration can be shorter or longer, can be 2 days, weeks, or months. But for this example, I will just go like for 2 days. Yeah, so it's like, for example, start on 2nd July and it will end on 3rd July. So moving on, right, this is a similar things that I showed like yesterday. So basically what I want to do is like more we have to use the SMART goals like to like for each and every event. That's what I feel. So it's like at the end of the day, we have to like do some reflection. So as yourself, right, like at the end of event, I want them to give me a summary like of their own personal takeaway from the event in 1 sentence. And as a flag committees, like I want them to reflect like on the event, like how well did they do and what are the challenges they face and stuff. And as a whole engine club, because we have to reflect and think about our actions, because we want to build the reputation of engine club, like whether like regardless like to NUS people or like to like publics. So it's like we have to really know like what we are doing, and we always have to make a good impressions of ourselves to them. Then moving on, these are some of the ideas that I had in mind. So it's like the first one is like the movie night. Like you can do like movie screening at like shopping malls, like community club, and under HDB block. So for me, right, currently what I think of is like I will try to like, it's like my target audience will be like children, because it's like first of all like most children, they love to watch movies. So like usually they will ask their parents to go cinema to watch movies with them. But thing is, if the parents go to a cinema with them, the parents have to spend additional money and then watch a movie that they might not like it because it's children movie. So if we like have this kind of movie like at this like this kind of public area, right? So it's like we can do fundraising, like for example, one movie is like maybe $2 or $3. Yeah, so it's like the parents can just leave their kids there, and then the parents can just like go and shop on their own or do other stuff. Yeah, so it's like I'm thinking like we can approach like those like primary school, and then like we have to collaborate with the teachers and the principals there, and then like it's like those like typical thing like they have to give consent form to the primary school kids and then ask their parents like if they want to like help in this fundraising event, like something like that. Yeah, then another thing is linked to the example that I showed you just now. It's like we can gather like some youth and unwanted stuff like from NUS students or from public, like for example like clothes, books, or daily necessities, and we can like sell it. Like it's like just thinking back to my smart school like that example. And like we can collaborate with NUS performing arts, but I just realized that like we actually collaborate with like rec people like more. Yeah, so this one we can discuss further. So it's like, I don't know if you all know about this thing called like the goal thermometer thing. So it's like
this can be linked to the measurable that I mentioned just now, right? So it's like, this is one of the way that you can track like your progress, whether you are reaching there or you are still like have a long way to go. So actually we can also like show this to the public. So it's like to make them feel like even every cent that you like donate, right, it really does make a difference. So because our angle is like, we just want to, like for this example, like the angle is just like, you have to reach $100. So even if you donate $1, it still make a difference. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to show. Yeah, so as for ideas for online, right, like you have to collaborate with the beneficiaries. So basically like we can like ask them to, as in like we can help to video them, like to know about more of like their stories and stuff, like what kind of struggles and everything they are facing. And then like we will, as the flight committees members, like we will try to do like videos, and we will try to like do videos, like edit the videos and stuff, and then like share it to the audience, like the public. So one of the examples that I think of is like doing like YouTube live like that. Yeah, so it's like we reach out to the public, then we will do YouTube live to like share about like why we are doing these fundraising events, and like share some of the beneficiaries like stories. Then another thing is collaborating with companies. So actually I used to intern in this company, right? So what they did is, because the time COVID was still like quite serious. So what they did is they actually like reached out to our HR people, and then they tried to collaborate with the HR people, and then like the HR team actually send this email to all of us, and we are supposed to attend these fundraising events like online during our lunch break. Yeah, so we spent a 1 hour like listening to the Zoom and everything, like listening to their beneficiary stories, like the representative of the beneficiary and stuff. So after that, like after hearing it, like all of these things, right, like we decided to like donate in some money, like $2 also can, $10, $50, like it's just like how much like you want to donate. Yeah. Then the next thing is like social media. So it's like it's like I feel like we can create a social media for our flag committees itself. So for the social media, right, we will share like some of our beneficiary stories on social media, and then like create a donate link on our bio. So like when the public go through like those social media and stuff, right, there's a chance that they will see, and then like they will click in and like view at it. Yeah. So it's like if they think that the stories like make an impact on them, then there's a higher chance that they might donate. Yeah, so this is my committee structure. So I need one treasurer, two publicity, 2 logistics, 2 event planner, and 2 partnership committees. So this is actually a fixed structure, but what I shared with you all yesterday is that I don't have a fixed structure at all. So it's like this thing can be flexible. It's just whether I want to do it this way or I want to do it another way. So it's like, to me, I still prefer the structures that I shared with you all yesterday. But because I don't really plan a fundraising event before, like I don't really like have a first-hand experience before. So it's like I'm not very confident of doing like the committee structure that I mentioned yesterday, but I wouldn't mind giving it a go, because it's like something similar and it's still like giving back to the committee. Yeah, so this is the timeline. So for November to December, right, like we have to recruit committee member, like get to know each other and start brainstorming like ideas and proposals and stuff. So in January, we will start sourcing for partnership. February, like finalizing the events and carrying out the events. And then March, we will like start looking forward, like to plan more fundraising events. Yeah, so before I end, right, I just want to share this with you all. Giving is not just about donations, but it's about making a difference. So it's like what I tell you all just now, like no matter how much you donate, right, it still make a difference to the community. So just donate if you can. Yeah, thank you.
All right. We will now proceed to the question and answer section. So if you have questions, please raise your virtual hand and we'll put you in queue to ask a question. Yeah, question? Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. Current year 3, current year 2 is asking a question. Okay.
thank you for your presentation. Firstly, I'd like to start off is that do not consider me as coming in from a perspective of criticizing you, because I genuinely believe in like your willingness to help and your willingness to proceed with fundraising events. So my question goes along the lines of, the main flag day will be around June next year, right? So the last time kind of flag day will be before COVID kind of flag day will be during June next year. So within now to June, I guess we are progressing towards an endemic society. So we don't know what's going to happen. In that case, I believe I shall provide you the information that what usually happens is that there will be one day of flag, and they'll arrange for them to go out with tin cans to go around Singapore to collect like this kind of like money, monetary things. How should I phrase the question? Do you think that please arrange your committee such that in the event that this happens, right, you have enough committee to, number one, issue out the tin cans, number two, take back the tin cans, and number three, right, account for all the tin cans. So one thing that I think is really important is that you need to be able to recruit people. Yeah. So this is in the event that it is physically paid. Then as for secondly, right, your idea of going under the HDB block to do this kind of thing is good, but from my experience of doing this kind of things, you need to have police license. So it might be difficult. And secondly is that do take note that NUS doesn't really like to, it's very cautious with this public personality. So I think maybe you can consider changing the perspective to having a video night in school or something like that to give money or things like that. Yeah. Then lastly, one more thing which we never really say in slides, but it's quite a common way which people do flag is actually to sell shirts or tote bag, but sell items. In this case, I think this is the question we can answer. In this case, what will you do if your shirts is so there'll be 10 or so, there'll be other events if you want to sell shirts. Then the number of people who buy shirts in engineering is limited because no one wants to buy 10 shirts and put in the wardrobe. So in this case, how do you foresee yourself resolving the conflict of clash with other committees when there is a shirt sale, where you want to sell shirts? Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you for your question. So actually, I did talk about the merchandise thing, but to me, I feel like cause last year, like there's already like this selling of t-shirt stuff. So I actually wanted to do something new, but I guess it's not that good enough yet. Okay, so basically, I get the point that like a lot of people are like selling like different type of shirt at the same time. Right? So what makes it attractive is like I think it's the purpose and what's your end goal. It's like you have to tell them straight in the face, like not straight in the face, like you have to show them with actions and words, like why you should buy this shirt from us instead, like from other people. Like if you are choosing to buy like in between like our shirt and other committees people shirt. So it's like I think that we have to make it very clear to like we have to show it to them that if you are buying from us, right, like this is what you can do. It's like you get a shirt, but you pay us like for example the shirt is like $10. So you give us the money, but we are doing it for good day. We are doing it for fundraising, which like eventually will help like those low-income families. So it's like you get what you want, you get the shirt, and like at the same time you are doing something good also. Yeah, so it's like maybe we can try to like convince the message like along this line. Yeah. So it's like one of the strategies to like sort of like promote our shirt to them. Yeah.
Year 3, thanks you for the response. It was a solid response.
Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, so year 2. So first of all, thank you for your presentation. This is like this is a follow-up on Conrad's last question, right? Yeah, I read that we can tell them about the motive behind it and everything, but it's more also about working together with like the other directors, right? So where it's like if all the directors start coming up with their reasons, right, then I mean only one of them can be able to make a good shirt sale, right? But then the idea is that all of your require fundraising efforts, right?
Mm.
So what do you think, like how you can work together with the other directors? Maybe other directors who do fundraising is could be a camp or OB for their event, could be business director trying to sell something else. Yeah. So how do you think that you can if you do think to like go about like the fund selling merchandise, right? So how do you think you can come up with an agreement? It benefits everyone and does benefit the cup.
Actually, come up with a plan to.
Yeah, how can we like work together with other directors, right? So that the fundraising efforts do not like cut each other out.
So it's like they get fundraising at the same time my committee also get fundraising.
Yeah.
So for this, right, can I say that like we can reach out like to other people other than like NG students? So it's like for my fundraising, is it possible for me to design a shirt that is not only for NG, like we don't specify that it's for NG, like it's for like the whole NUS, like other people also can like buy the shirt from us. So it's like I understand like those like directors like for O and Y, right? Like cause it's under engine, so it has to be under engine. Correct me if I'm wrong. So that's my understanding. Yeah.
That's a great point. Some fundraising strategy is to actually go outside. So like sometimes you see even engine or OB, they will make general NUS shirt like for everyone. That's possible as well.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's the answer.
Yeah, so okay. Yeah, you all can continue.
Okay, alright, year 3. Do you have anyone in mind for your shirt shirt designer friends to onboard?
I actually, because I stay in shirts, so actually I have this like engine buddy like in my level, and she's quite good with designing shirts and stuff. So I can try to ask her to join us because I really like her design also.
That's an excellent idea.
Yeah.
That's an excellent idea. Okay, now I give you a scenario-based question.
Okay.
So let's say sometimes many times things happen, like your designer design a shirt, and after that, due to certain reasons, you get rejected. So maybe there's a money sign or like things that are not appropriate for the distribution of the shirt. But in this case, right, the designer is very like spend a lot of time and effort in doing this. Right? Do you think you're confident in like expressing the regret you have for to take his or her dismay when like NG Club rejects the shirt design? Because so when you design a shirt, usually you need to let like your VP you need to let your FinSec know, then your FinSec will ask the rest of the T-cell. Then they will come to a conclusion whether or not the design, right, like meets certain standards. So sometimes the shirt is objectively nice, it is very nice, but then other people like other subclub might even agree to print the shirt for them. But that doesn't mean that NG Club will print the shirt because we try to pride ourselves to be of a certain standing with have a certain good standing with the dean's office. So we have to like be good and have a certain image. So we have to reject the design. Then will you be confident in expressing the club's opinion to your friend, to tell the friend to like redesign it again, this sort of stuff, yeah?
I mean, I will, because like work stuff is work stuff, like personal is personal, so I won't like mix them together lah. So it's like, I think for me, right, like even before I asked her to design, right, I already like discussed with her like the purpose and everything, like these are the things that you can put in, like these are the things that you cannot put in. Because I also don't want her to waste her effort. Like you spend so much time really, like that's what you say, right? So it's like if I spend so much time on something, then in the end it get rejected. Obviously I'll feel very dejected, like very disappointed. I don't even have the motivation to continue with it. So it's like for me, I will just say I will like just say it very straight, like right from the start. Like these are things that you can do, you cannot do. So it's like she also like sort of had that idea. So it's like she will just continue like as in like she have to keep on reminding herself like these are things that you can put in, you cannot put in. Yeah, so it's like, but if really comes to like what you say, right, I have to ask her to redesign. Yeah, I will ask her to redesign. Like I will tell her nicely, like talk to her nicely, like, oh, the reason why your shirt design get rejected is because of this and this. So it's like I hope that you're understanding, because it's like you are doing a good thing, you are doing like fundraising stuff. So it's like if you want other people to buy your stuff, so it's like you have to think from their point of view also. Yeah, it's like, so I will like just talk to her lah, like it wouldn't like just like scold or anything lah, like cause it wouldn't resolve anything also.
Okay, thank you for your dedication to community service and Zoom content. Thank you.
Sam Yusri, thank you for your presentation, Shifu. You have this goal thermometer in your
Yeah.
yes. So I want to ask like, when you're demonstrating your SMART goals, like was like your 500 your goal for the goal thermometer, or like what's your goal for your flat fee?
To me, honestly, I haven't really think about it. Like to me, like now it's just a very general thing. It's like how to create awareness, like increase the participation and like ask people to donate, right? So it's like this is like a personal goal instead of a team goal. So that's why like just like I mentioned that I want to like sit down together with my team member, like to discuss together like what is the goal that y'all want, like what y'all expect like from this flag and stuff. Yeah. So it's like I think to me I have more like democratic and participative leadership style rather than like just say everything then I just expect you all to follow. Yeah, so it's like I want to get everyone to be involved.
Same usually, but then there are times where like, people don't know what to do.
Yeah, I understand because I'm one of them also. So it's like I feel like nothing is impossible. As long as you sit down together and like you really put in effort and try to like brainstorm and stuff, right? Like by the end of the day, it's confirmed there will be something one. It's just that whether you are satisfied with that thing or not. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Shafin. My next question is like for your timeline, I see that November to December is like subcommittee recruitment, right? Would you be open to having like some mini fundraising prototypes during this time?
Sorry?
Would you be open to having some mini fundraising prototypes during SEM 1?
During what month?
SEM 1. SEM 1, which is like
during SEM, yeah.
Like before November, yes.
As in whether I will be sorry, can you please?
Okay. Would you be open to having some mini prototypes of fundraising events or initiatives during SEM 1?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Like we can just start small, like just try first. Like everything is just about trying. So it's like if you never try, you never know whether this will or not. So it's like if you give it a try, or maybe like something better strikes you and what. Yeah, so it's like I feel like it's okay to be open to like new experiences and stuff. Like even I myself also haven't tried before, so I really don't mind trying. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Shufi. Sam, we had 3. So I wanted to ask, like, I know you said you were discussing the team and stuff like that, right? Then like now, I'm just talking to you. Like, what would some ideas be for the mini prototypes in SEM 1?
As in just any mini prototypes without any theme. Like don't have like
You can set the parameters.
for now I haven't really thought about it. Yeah, but I will give it a try.
Sure. So in January you'll be sorting out for partnership, right? So is this with regards to like getting beneficiaries or like what do you mean by partnership?
It's like I think for this right, it actually goes both ways. I can source for beneficiaries and because before that we have to like start to brainstorming for ideas and stuff, right? So actually we can also search for like partnerships that are willing to like sort of work with together with us to like for this fundraising event. And then at the same time we also search for partnerships like those beneficiaries. Yeah, because for now, from what I know, right, our main beneficiaries come from community chairs. Right. Yeah, so it's like this thing can go both ways. But for now, I don't really have a very clear idea and timeline like what am I gonna do. Yeah.
Actually, so like, there's a question from the YouTube stream. So like, hi, a question here. In your timeline, where does the sale of used books or unwanted books fit into the timeline? As the timeline seems more large-scale events with different stakeholders.
Okay, this is just a very brief timeline. It's like I just mix everything in, like, yeah. So if you're talking about like, as in, I think it will happen in February where I will carry out the fundraising event. Cause it's like for those small events like selling of unwanted books and stuff, right? I don't think it will take out a lot of time. So it's like if we actually this also depends like how many people actually donate this thing to us, then we can like sort of scale it like how many days of sales like do we need and stuff. So it's like this one can change, this is variable, it can change anytime. So it's like I have to be very flexible to changes. Yeah, so this one I cannot give you a definite answer. But if I were to say, I most probably will start end of January to February, but I won't drag like until March. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the answer. To the person who asked for the live stream, I hope you're satisfied. Okay. 73. I wanted to ask about the performing arts part of it. I know you said collaborate with REC, so it's more of like just understand, is it more of like concerts and those kind of like how does this performing arts stuff?
Like this can be anything. It's like okay, it's like we can recruit, like we can work, collaborate people like from like I don't really know if performing arts will work like for NUSCC. It's like, but we can like usually we collaborate with REC, right? So it's like we collaborate with REC, but also we can involve our NG students in also. So it's like they can do a mixed collaboration together, and it's like they can perform anything. If they want to showcase their dance or they want to play musical instruments, like all these things also can. Because I know, like in secondary school, right, like cause I was from like guitar also, so it's like what we did for fundraising is that we actually like prepare like some songs, right, and then we actually like just lay outside like the NLB area. So it's like we'll just play, and then like we'll just expect like there to be like audience to come over and then like just donate us like some money. Yeah. So this is like one of the events that we did.
Right, here too. How committed are you to conduct small events? Okay. What is the frequency of small events you believe you can commit to for the rest of your term? So there'll be one massive one, right? So the flag day, it is physical. The one will like organized partially by USU, right? But other than that, right, all your small events, right? How many events do you think you can do? How many events do you dare say you are commit to? Yeah.
As in for one whole academic year.
Yeah, for the rest of the term.
For me,
small one, maybe shirt sales, movie night, sell stuff, everything. For the rest, or like frequency / how much you think you will commit to do? Yeah.
okay, maybe for the merchandise, right, like for t-shirt and this sort of thing, right, I only do it yearly because it's not like if I ask them to like sell it like twice a month or whatever, it's like no one is gonna buy it, like to be honest. That's why it's like for this merchandise, we can do it like yearly. And then for the movie night thing, right, maybe we can do it like half a year, like half 2 times. So it's like maybe 2 times. Then the use and our third stuff, right, it's like we can do it like maybe once in every 2 months. Or maybe if I come with another new idea like that we can do, right, it's like I will just continue, right? So it's like every 2 months, the bare minimum is like every 2 months I will have one fundraising event. So it's like around six, like excluding like the flag day. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay, that answers my question. Let me answer.
And the Q&A is over, yeah. All right, thank you, Shepe, for that. Let's give her a round of applause. That will come to the end of the Q&A, so I'll close the Q&A. All right. Okay, now we'll proceed to the voting. So anyone who has voting rights, please raise your virtual hand. And once your virtual hand is raised, we will send the voting link. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have tallied the votes. Can somebody let All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have tallied the valid votes, and the results are as follows.
Sharing screen in progress. 2. Okay. 5 people voted, right?
Wow, unanimous. Okay, Rachel would like to do us the honor. Anya, would you like to? Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have Shupei here in the building. Would you like to come to the stage? All right, so you need to receive 66.7% in order to like get elected. Just want to let you know this doesn't reflect your performance or anything, okay? You did a good job. All right, so the results are as follows in 3, 2, 1. With a unanimous vote of confidence, Shupei has been elected as the flag director for the 44th Management Committee. Congratulations, Shupei. Good job. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what an eventful few things today. So right now, we wanted to continue with the camp director, but then due to unforeseen circumstances, the camp director presentation will come back at 6:45 p.m. All right, so stay tuned for that. Until now, we will dismiss everyone. All right, see you at 6:45. Thank you.
Hi everyone, welcome back to our final presentation of the day. So if for those people who have tuned in, could you kindly turn on your camera so that you can preserve your voting rights? Okay, while that's happening, let us open the nominations for Engine OWIC Director.
Sam Year 3 would like to nominate Jordan for OWIC. OWIC or Cam?
OWIC.
Okay, OWIC Director.
All right, so do you accept your nomination? Awesome.
Would anybody else like to try for the?
Show it. Show it, would you like to? Oh.
Okay. We reserve that for another day. It's okay. Never mind, never mind. So thank you for offer. Yeah.
Okay, so nominations have been closed and we have one candidate for Engine OWIC Director. Her name is Jordan and she'll be coming up to the stage to present in her duty. You're live, right?
Yeah, we are fine.
Okay.
Can you just check that points as well? All right. I'm sorry. All the best and believe in you. Yeah, she is.
Oh, yeah, please.
Go ahead, Jordan.
I start?
Yep.
Oh, Terry is in the video.
Oh, sorry. Just a moment. About 20 years back, you see, I have what to do already.
Yeah, give us 30 seconds.
Our inside though.
Is Terry on here?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Okay, then
Go ahead, Jordan.
Hi guys, my name is Jordan. I'll be running for the position of Engine OWIC Director and providing an overall view of what I would hope to contribute and achieve. Let me introduce myself. I'm a first-year biomedical engineering student, and some of my hobbies are playing video games, spending time with family and friends, my cat, and also playing the flute. For most of my life, I've lived overseas. I first lived in Thailand for the first 9 years of my life before moving to Singapore until secondary 2. I then moved to Indonesia, where I've been living for the past 5 years, and I just moved back to Singapore a few months ago. Unfortunately, I missed all the orientation camps as I entered in years late. I've never been to Engine OWIC, but I still do believe that I can be a valuable director of Engine OWIC. In Indonesia, I was also part of various school-based and student-initiated charity programs, taking up not only volunteer roles, but leadership positions as well. This leads me to my next section, why I'm running for director of Engine OWIC. Previously, I've been an OGL for orientation in my old school. Being at OGL was one of the highlights of my school year, meeting countless new people of different ages, having fun, bonding with juniors that I would have never met if not for orientation. Now, presented with the opportunity to undertake a much greater responsibility, I decided to take it. I want to push myself beyond my limits. I want to grow in my organizing and planning skills, in my communicating skills, and overall as a leader. There are countless obstacles ahead, but tackling and overcoming them would be of great satisfaction to me. I've also never planned anything of such a large scale before, which is pretty daunting. Even so, I hope to emerge from this experience having achieved something that could be a highlight in my time in NUS. It is definitely out of my comfort zone, but perhaps by going through this process, I will learn more from this experience that could be applied and useful in the future. I want to make Engine O Week the best it can be, whether it be online or physically. I know firsthand that entering university is confusing. I entered NUS late, missing orientation, and was completely lost. It took a senior to help me through a lot of the confusion surrounding university. Without them, I would still be lost. Interpersonal relationships are invaluable. Through Engine O Week, I want to aid freshmen in coming together and also finding their seniors to help them out. The more company, the better. From whatever poly or JC you come from, university is an entirely new system, one that can be very perplexing at times. And that's why I hope to make freshmen feel as welcome as possible into their first year and ready to transition into a new stage of their life. So what are my plans exactly for Engine O Week? First, here's the general timeline up until the event. Should I be recruited into this position, I would plan to recruit my own committee in November, have the first proposal be ready in January, and have a second proposal be ready in April. And should there be a need for a third and final proposal, that will be in May. And in the months of May and June, I would be carrying out dry runs, around 2 to 3 of the simulation of a possible physical camp. And in July, on 19th to 22nd, which is a Monday to Thursday, would be Engine O Week. Next is my committee structure. I've allocated 5 people to programs, 4 to publicity, and 3 to welfare. I think that the welfare committee would be taking care of the camp committee because I also think that the well-being of my own committee is very important. So they will be carrying out activities that could also facilitate bonding. Safety officers would be for having safety briefings and also be in charge of the SMM, as well as fundraising in the case of needing more funds for food and other items. Although I do not have first-hand experience of Engine O Week, I realize that a major issue that could arise is the current pandemic of COVID-19. It made this year's Engine O Week online instead of physical. With the unpredictable circumstances, it is highly possible that next year's Engine O Week might be online as well. I've heard from numerous friends and other freshmen, and also experienced some CCA orientations online. Simply put, online orientation is not as good as physical orientation, but that doesn't mean online orientation cannot still be good. It can still be good. Even through a screen, I'm sure with a good system and program, bonds and connections between people can still be created, and I hope to make Engine O Week to be an event that will allow this to happen as easily as possible. Furthermore, with the majority of the past 2 years of camps being online, there's also plenty of feedback around on how to improve the online experience that we could utilize to correct the mistakes of the previous camps. So due to the pandemic, I've made contingency plans for the timeline of the camp. The goal would definitely be to have a physical Engine O Week, but we can't control the future ahead of us. So firstly, for a physical camp, I planned it so that there would be 3 overnight stays, so a 3-night and 4 days camp. On the first day, there would be icebreakers and getting to know the group members, and also introducing the freshmen to the house system. On the second day, there will be the beach day with games. On the third day, there will be sessions on academics and also CCAs. So discussions with the seniors about how university is different from the previous education, along with more games and an escape room. And on the last day, which is the finale, would be the Amazing Race. This is another scenario for if there was a hybrid event, which is both online and in real life. Sessions such as the Q&As for academics or CCAs could be held online, along with the introductory briefings and basic getting to know your group. Following that, we could have events such as the Amazing Race and the Beach Day in real life. For students to also get to orientate themselves and meet their group mates in real life. And if the current restrictions were still the same, when the camp occurs next year, there could be a buddy system for 2 people in place for the Amazing Race or other various games. Lastly would be the timeline should the camp be entirely online. It's similar to the previous timelines, except it will be all through Zoom. And on the last day, there would still be an Amazing Race, but the Amazing Race would be like the teams carrying out various tasks online. And when they complete it, they receive a new Zoom link, which will take them to another Zoom meeting. However, the person who is holding the Zoom would be physically at the location in NUS and could give like a brief introduction of where they are so that the students would still kind of know their way around NUS, even if it was through a screen. Regardless of whether I receive the position, I look forward to the next Engineer Week and hopefully to be a success. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, so thank you, Jordan. We will now be going on into the question and answer session. If you have a question, please raise your virtual hand and you will be queued accordingly. Okay. Year 2, so Jordan, thank you so much for the presentation, right? Can you go forward to the completely online event? If the event is completely online, can you go to that slide? Do you think 4 days would be too long?
I think that some of the days could end earlier than others. Or like the day 3 where there's a session on academics could also be combined with day 2.
Sam, Year 3. I wanted to ask, what do you think is like, how would you evaluate the success of your week?
I think that a feedback form at the end of a week would be sent out to get like a numerical sense, like they would have the 1 to 10 scales of how much people would enjoy a week, and if the feedback is positive, then it would be a success. There could also be more intimate conversations between the OGLs and their group members on the last day of Engineer Week, because when you have a feedback form, a lot of people don't fill it out. So a more direct approach would be to get the OGLs to ask their members directly.
Okay, so Year 2. So given that the past 2 batches of freshies, right, didn't really experience a physical camp. So they might not be willing to be part of your subcommittee, but then your recruitment is very, very important, right? So how can you go about your recruitment? How many people did you also like? Can you just quickly repeat that?
how many people did you plan to have in your committee?
Yeah. I think it's a total of like 19 or 20-ish. Yes. So, wait, can you repeat your question? So,
Okay, so year two. So, you know, a physical event is very fun, right? So when freshmen go to a physical event, they remember all week and they want to be a part of it again. But online event doesn't really have such effects, right? So when you go and tell them, hi, do you want to be part of OE, right? Like part of your subcommittee, they might not be very willing to join. Yeah, I mean, so how can you convince, like, you know, to what's your strategy for recruiting 20 people?
I think because, like in my opinion, because they didn't experience a week physically, they would be more enthusiastic about signing up for committee. Because when you are past year one, you can't be a participant of, like you can't attend it as a freshman again. But there are other ways you can be part of Engineer Week and kind of have that experience, and that is by becoming part of the committee or becoming an OGL.
Sam year 3, I wanted to ask, like, you know, there's 3 different plans that you propose, like physical, hybrid, and then there's the online. How would you like manage the team in a sense, like of having like essentially 2 wasted efforts?
I think that I would encourage them to be, because like without having these 3 plans, let's say that we have the physical and hybrid plan, but we don't know what the future entails. So in the case that like really last minute, all of a sudden the government has a lockdown, we would have, if we didn't have these 3 plans, we would have no camp at all. So I think it's really important to always have a backup plan.
Some year 3, but then there will be like a finite amount of time and energy you can spend on everything, right? So would you like spend equal amount of energy on all 3, or like prioritize, or like how would you manage your time, energy, and resources?
I think the physical camp would have the most amount of energy put into it, because when you have something physical, you need to do like the dry runs and test out how it will work in real life. But for like the online camp, it would be a lot simpler. Everything would be through Zoom. So I think the physical aspect would have more effort put into it.
Thank you. Terry, please go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, Jordan. Thank you for your presentation. Can you hear me? Oh yeah. Okay. So you mentioned you were an OGL back in your previous school, right? So what are some of your OGL experiences that you can bring forward to your Engine OWIC plan?
I think being an OGL, I had to lead my own OGL group and also like encourage them to participate in the activities. So this could also be applicable on a larger scale when I have like my own committee. And I would also be able to help them and lead them through the process.
Okay. Just another question. So what are some of your objectives that you wish to achieve for Engine OWIC?
I think I would want the Engine OWIC to be because like compared to the previous camps, when they were online camps, I've heard feedback from some people that it was like not as fun, it was boring just because it was online. So in the case that it does become online, I hope to make the camp an enjoyable experience for everyone. And should it be physical, I want to carry out a camp that all the freshmen will enjoy.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm showing here too. So the first a point of information. So let's say if we go ahead with the physical event, right? Most likely the SMM measures will still be there. And the most basic one is that the director itself cannot interact with the freshmen. So now my question is that how would you ensure that whatever SMM measures you come up with, that those on ground would follow it?
Are the committee members allowed to interact with the freshmen or also no?
Yeah, committee members, OGLs and HouseCom are still allowed to interact.
Oh, but only I'm not allowed to.
You can take it as you and a few other people in your team are not.
Oh, okay. I think that I would have I have a subcom of safety officers. So they will be in charge of briefing all the OGLs and the rest of the committee who can interact with the freshmen of the SMMs that they have to ensure are kept in place. And we would also have like a Telegram group chat to make sure that the SMMs are being followed.
Hi, I'm Maria too. It's not sure presentation. I'm not sure if you covered this in like at any point in time, but when do you intend to start recruiting your OGLs?
OGLs?
Yep.
I think OGLs would be recruited after the second proposal. So like in May.
Okay, I'm Maria too. Do you have any have you thought about how this OGL recruitment process will work? Like any struggles that you can foresee yourself having to deal with?
I think that there might be a shortage of people signing up to be an OGL. Because like I remember there was one question before that some people might not be as enthusiastic to join like the committee to be an OGL. But I think that if we market it the right way and raise enough like publicity for it, then there would be sufficient OGLs.
Thank you so much for your response. Follow-up question to that. Have you thought about how you might need to train your OGLs as well?
I think that we would like once we recruit our OGLs, like my committee and I, we would have like briefings for them so that they would know like what are the safety policies, what are like the freshmen not allowed to do, and also possibly tips for those people who signed up but are more introverted or have never been in OGL before, so that they could be more comfortable with leading their own group.
Amazing. Thanks again for your reply. That answers my question. Also one thing, I think one of your objectives, one of the things that you went through yourself was that you needed the guidance of seniors, right? When you first came to university, you said that are very fundamental for freshies who might get lost in the university process. So, do you have any plans to, what do you call it, like, extend the time of the OGLs being in contact with, how do you call it? How do you say it? Like being in contact with the freshies, like you get what I mean? Yeah.
Like a follow-up with them, like after the Engineer weekend, they still are in contact with each other. I think that we could possibly have another event, like maybe one day, where the OGLs meet with their group again, so that, because I know after orientation, sometimes the OGLs just stop talking to their groups. So this way we could have a more like constant connection and not just have it break off altogether.
Thank you so much for the response.
Showing too. So another question is that if during your trial runs you find that some of the OGLs are not very serious with regards to SMM, for example, right? And they don't really enforce it on ground. So at that point of time, would you decide to remove them from the event, or how would you handle that situation?
Is this during the trial runs?
Yes.
I think that firstly, before like we have all these trial runs and once we're just recruited, we'll have a briefing about these SMMs, and we'll have like 3 warnings that if they don't comply with the SMMs, then they'll be removed from being an OGL.
Thank you for answering this question.
Okay, from here too. So, if you go ahead with removing them, right? So another problem with my advice is that you would be in lack of manpower, right? So, would you still go ahead with removing them, or would you try to like explain to them, or like so that they comply, or how would you make sure that you do not need to recruit again at such a last minute, as well as things go on safely on the ground? Given that again, you cannot interact directly with them. Sorry about that.
I think that with each warning, it will like each warning will also come with personally talking to the OGL themselves, trying to convince them to follow the SMM. And even after the last and final warning, they still refuse to comply, I think that it is necessary to remove them, because the SMMs are put in place to keep us safe, and the school all day enforce it. So if the OGL is refusing to follow, I think that I would remove them still.
Okay, Julia, so thank you for your answer. Then I have another question. So first of all, point of information. So during our orientation, we try to inform the freshmen about our engineering values, right? So that they have a good start to their university life, right? So that they can orientate themselves better. So some of my engineering values are like talent development, teamwork and collaboration, integrity and honesty, creativity, innovation, commitment, engagement, empowerment, right? So as OE director, it's your job to make sure that they know these values, right? And maybe they can look forward to developing some of these values in their university life, right? So how do you think is the best way to, tell them about the values?
I think that can I ask, are they sorted into their houses before or during engineering?
Sure, yeah, too. So they are sorted before.
Oh, before. I think that we could have a series of games that follow the values, and also maybe have some like random trivia quiz to see that their values match up with the answers in the quiz.
All right. Terry, you can go ahead.
Hi, Terry alumni. Yeah, I just like to check how big do you envision your engine OWIC to be? Like in terms of how many freshmen would be allowed for the OWIC?
Like how many participants?
Yeah, if you can give me the number of freshmen, because it's easier on to give me the number of freshmen.
I think since recently engine also combined with design, that the number will be slightly bigger, so maybe 400 to 600.
400 to 600 freshmen, or in terms of like including all your OGLs, your committees, freshmen. Okay, that is ambitious number. Okay, okay, that's fine. So my second question is, I'm not sure whether you know that for previous years, freshmen who join Engine Rec will usually not be allowed to join Engine Week due to conflicting schedules, and Engine Rec requires certain commitment in terms of like the dancers or floaters. So can I check what is your stance on this, or your stance on this?
On the Engine Rec people not being able to join
OWIC or vice versa. Yeah.
Oh, I think that if they are able to come for like all 4 days of the camp, then it will be fine for them to join.
Okay, yeah, I think this you need to discuss. In regards to that. Yeah. Sorry, I just have one last question. Then I have no question for you. So, given that you are very new to I think Engine Week because you have not participated before, and neither do you have much planning experience. So, how do you think your PCL advisor, which is the VPI, can help you in your role? Should you get called in?
Could you repeat the question?
Okay, so I guess like my question is like, how do you think your PCL advisor, which is the vice president internal, because OWIC is under vice president internal portfolio lah, correct? The advisory part. So how do you think she can I guess help you in terms of like Engine OWIC planning and execution?
I think that she could give a lot of guidance into her past experience, because I know that she's been in charge of a lot of organizing and planning before. And yeah.
Okay, so is mainly just advisory on planning, am I right?
Yeah, advising me, because yeah, I don't have that much experience with this.
Thanks.
Anya Yosu. I got another interest. So, okay, wait. First question. I'm not sure if you covered this in your presentation. I have zoomed out for a second. But do you cover like the role that you feel house comms can take in your camp?
No.
Okay, would you like to touch on that? We haven't thought about it in house time.
I think that the house comm could help out in the case that like we were lacking in manpower, for example, like the event Amazing Race. So if we need more manpower, they could also help out. Or during if it's online and it's on Zoom, we could have the house comm check on the OGLs as well to make sure that they are being enthusiastic and interacting with their group well.
And would you be open to house comm taking on a bigger role rather than just serving as manpower?
Bigger role as in with like just in general?
Like with your operations and planning, etc.
I think like in collaboration it could be possible, but as far as I know, HouseComm is separate from OWIC committee, right?
Yeah, but SEM year 3, this year we want to take a different direction, like a collaborative, co-creative approach. Yeah, so far the house comm that has joined our team are very open to that. So that's why I just wanted to see if like you'd be comfortable with that kind of engagement.
Yes, I would.
Wonderful.
Again, Sue, the Q&A and session has come to a closure. Would anyone like to extend the Q&A session? Alright, the Q&A session has been extended for 10 minutes. Okay, so someone online has asked you a question. He says, considering your online plan where you have 4 days, how would you deal with Zoom fatigue?
Like I said before, I plan to end the days early so they will all be online. Or another scenario would be that we could combine 2 of the days so that the camp wouldn't be a total of 4 days, it would be shorter.
Time, was your question answered, or do you want to follow up on that? Okay, thanks for responding, Time. All right. So on actual week, right, there would be your committee is around 10 people, and then if you include the OGLs, the recruitment number usually ranges between 70 to 90. So it would be around 100 people under your purview. So based on your past experiences and all that, do you think you'll be able to lead 100 people on actual day?
Able to what?
Able to lead 100 people on actual day? Sure, here too. So do you think based on your past experience, you'll be able to lead 100 people on actual day?
I think that I've never had experience of leading so many people, but I think that I will be able to manage because like I have like, it's not only me organizing everything, like I have a lot of people helping me as well. And I think that I will be able to lead.
Sure, here too. So, what's the one thing what are a few things you wish to learn with your experience as engineering director?
Like I said before, I would want to experience like leading on a larger scale. Previously, I've only been like an OGL. I was a head of a student council department, but those were much smaller teams, like 10 to 15 people. So through this, I want to learn how to manage on a larger scale. Same thing with like organizing and planning. I've never done such a big scale before. So through this experience, I hope to learn and improve on myself.
And sure, here too. Like, what is one thing about this role that scares you?
The large scale.
Finally, Terry, would you like to go ahead and ask a question?
Terry, alumni. Yeah, I'd just like to check, what's your leadership style like? Like from your student council experience?
My leadership style, I think that my leadership style will be mainly like, I like to care for my members who are under me. Like, I think it's really important that your team is comfortable with you and that they don't hold themselves back from sharing their opinions. And I also think communication is really important, that I myself am able to tell them clearly what I want, and vice versa with them telling me what they want as well.
Okay, then a follow-up question is like, I guess those could be your strengths. So also, or like, could you tell me more about your strengths and weaknesses?
I think a lot of strength of mine is that, like, okay, I have a strength and a weakness, and they kind of go hand in hand together. My weakness is that I'm not really good at like speaking, and I'm not like a public speaker and presenting. That's why I'm a bit scared of like the large scale and talking to so many people. But I think my strength is that I'm really good at listening and more of the doing than the talking. Like, I really like to carry out the task rather than just talk about doing it. I like doing it. Yeah.
How about your weaknesses? Yeah, okay.
Weaknesses.
Yeah.
I'm not really good at like public speaking.
Okay, so is that all like I mean, like say for example, like I think add on to Shoaib's question, like other than whatever you told, right, is there other stuff that scares you about, like other than a massive scale of COVID?
I think another thing that scares me is that like I would mess up, and because like it's like the highest, like I would be the director, so I'm scared that like along the way like the plan would not go as smoothly. But I believe that like there's always going to be obstacles in the way, so I'll do my best to overcome them.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jordan, for your presentation. I wanted to ask about the proposal. Okay. It's okay if you haven't seen the proposal yet. Okay, you haven't, right? Okay. So I wanted to ask, like, what's your expectations for what should be in the proposal?
I think what should be in the proposal would be like the timeline of everything we're going to do, so that we can plan it all out well, so that there's enough time for everything. And also the content, like what games we're going to play, the rules, also like the objectives of the camp, so that and make sure that the community knows what like the common goal is. And also like safety policies, the SMMs. Yeah, that's all I can think of right now.
Thank you, Jordan. The thing is thinking that, Jordan. I'll just I just gonna ask like if you and your in charge who's the VPI or whatever, how will you deal with it? Like, let's say you don't agree with what something.
Who don't agree?
Yeah.
I think that I would like talk it out and like try to understand why you're disagreeing with me, and try to view it from your point of view, and also present like my opinions and see if we can come to like a middle ground.
Yeah, you too. Let's say that even if we can talk things out, and I'm like, no, you can't do this. Because me, what will you do?
I think if you were like really adamant, like no, right, then there would be a valid reason for it. So, so I would like if you like really after we talked it out a lot and we really tried to like come to like an agreement, but you still say no, then I would like give in.
And they do thank you very much for your response. Oh my goodness, what I'm buying you this. Actually, okay, sorry. Last question. Okay. How do you, if say, if, oh, okay. I'll get to the last question is, if say I propose the combination of the two camps that, the two FOPs that we originally have every year, which is engine camp and engine week. If I propose that, what are your thoughts about it? And do you foresee anything that could go wrong if we decide to do something like that? So basically, we combine into one huge camp and like we do it by runs. So like the same thing, but we do it like at different, we do it the same thing but multiple runs for different people to enjoy.
Just to clarify, the engine camp is like shorter engine week, right?
And kind of engine week covers more things also. Like engine week has the camping portion, and also engine week is held later so that the international students can join.
I think if we were to have two of the engine week, I think that would be a lot more beneficial for the freshmen since engine week also includes like the academic and like portion of it rather than just games. The freshmen can also become more aware of how to like use like Luminous or EduRec, which I think is really important.
Okay, I know you thank you very much for the answer. That's my last question and I'll pass that to you. Show year two. So right, you have your dry runs in May and June, right? During your dry runs, if you find out something which needs to be changed, right, and it's a very major change, right? So if you do the change, you risk that you might not be able to relay the information effectively to everyone who's organizing the event because it's very last minute. But if you don't do the change, you can foresee that the camp could go really wrong. So, being in that situation, what would you do?
I think I would definitely carry out the change and do my best to ensure that whoever needs to be aware of this change is aware. I think that rather than the camp going like majorly wrong, like we should do our best to try to effectively communicate the changed information to everyone.
Right. All right. We'll close the Q&A. All right. All right. Good job, Jordan. Thank you so much. So Jordan, we need you to kindly wait outside for a while as we go on with the voting procedure. Thank you, Jordan. Those online, if you do not have voting rights, you'll be placed in the waiting room. So please do not be upset.
All right, if you're still in the Zoom call, please raise your virtual hand. All right, then once you're done voting, please lower your hand. Thank you. All right, please lower your hand if you have done with the voting. Okay, I think we've tallied all the votes. All right, so here are the results. Yep. Oh, yes. The results. Yeah, show first.
Oh, you're right.
All right, so Jordan needed 66.7% to be elected in, but she's got 86%, which is great. So she's in. Anya, would you like to do the honor of bringing Jordan inside? Oh my goodness, I didn't unmute myself.
Okay, Jordan, can you give the reaction again? Oh, right, a reaction.
So Jordan has been elected as the 44th MC's OE Director. Congratulations, Jordan. Good job. Yay! Jordan.
Oh my god, this is the end of the option.
No, you still got your 2 house chairs.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. We have a speech before you leave.
Oh no. No, I also
Okay, we have a speech.
No,
Yes.
another time, man. I'll do
To close us
recording.
off, we have
No,
a
I'm
speech
not
from our
prepared.
VIP,
No.
aka my VPI, and maybe your VIP.
No. Sorry.
Anya Tay.
No.
Stick around.
No.
Yes.
No.
Give us a moment. Our speaker is getting her notes.
I
Come into the camera.
Hey, I have a dream. Okay. So I have a dream. I once stayed in Yusuf Hall, and the level of vibrancy and diversity that we had was so fascinating to me. Everybody there had a multitude of talents. And sorry, everybody there were very talented. And I was like, wow, everybody is so cool. And this is what a community is like, right? This is what a community is like, right? And as Jason said in his, oh my God, I'm not making sense. Jason said in his presentation yesterday, he does feel that there's so much diversity in our faculty. I can't just say it, but if someone leave now, I'll feel very sad. Yeah, so as I said, everybody, there's potential for a very vibrant engineering. So I'm not good unscripted, but can you stop laughing at me? I'm very stressed. Okay. Yes. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yes. So because of the past COVID stop COVID restrictions, I think that it's caused a lot of stalling for the development of our engineering culture. But that's not going to stop us, because all that we need in difficult times is just to put in more effort. A good worker never blames his tools. Am I right or am I wrong? I have a dream. Okay, so something that is something that I wanted to note is that what I noticed, even within like the very short term that I have served as VPI, is that the first thing you need to do is to establish connections with the people around us. And no matter how much like random publicity that we, not random, publicity with a purpose that we push out or like try to launch like so many different things without talking to the people, it's not really going to work out, because I think we've lost touch with the people that we are serving. And I think the most important thing that we have to do now to revive the vibrancy of our dear Faculty of Engineering within the student population is to revive our connections with them. Yes, so we can finally get closer to our dream of having one bonded school, right? So that's the first thing that we should work towards. And the second thing is that we should all aim to, Engine Club
Oh, I just realized that this is online, so I'm addressing people, not the 9 people here. Okay, so for our MC, I think that what we are going to aim to do is to establish our credibility as well as Engine Club. So yes, I think that that's what we'll do. I think the most important thing to note is that the things that we have in mind to do in the future is very big, and the things I want to achieve is something that is very difficult to achieve within our term. So the best that we can do is to do the very best that we can. Well, we're talking about the best that we can do is do everything within our capabilities and try our best and set the fundamental small steps for the people who are ahead of us so that they can carry on our legacy, and maybe they will, like in a few years' time, they will achieve the things that we wanted to do. And that's how we know that we succeeded. Yeah, that'll be in a few years' time. But then we feel proud. Yes, I was in the 44th. Yeah, so I think that's one thing I want to do. And student facing, I think like the least that we can provide our students is that we at least give them the things that they, how do you say, like that they possibly want. So even if they don't participate, at least like that option is there for them. Like we're not depriving them of anything. Like maybe like a lot of complaints that students will have last time is that, they want to participate in like different events and stuff, but then they don't have that many events to participate in, especially during this COVID period. Then that's technically something that we can improve on. So we should aim to provide as much as we can to them. So if anything, if you ask a random like engineering student, what do you think is lacking? Then they stop. Okay, how to say this? Like, we don't hear that there's not enough avenues to do this and that anymore, because we've managed to do that in our term. So yes, I hope to do that with you guys. Sam is staring at me in a very scary way. Okay, yes. So as VPI, sorry, very random point. Something that I really, really hope to be able to leverage upon is our amazing health system. So the original purpose of health system, right, the health system would be to bridge the gap between us, like Engine Club, and the students, right, and bond the different students together as well. And I think since we've kind of like given up, like the past 2 years of COVID stuff happening, we've kind of given up on like having different events and stuff. But this year will not be the year where we don't do anything with house. So I think you guys can look forward to more initiatives involving the houses. And now that we've had half of our house chairs elected in, I'm very excited to work them with their ideas as well. And I do aim to give, okay, as a former house chair, I didn't really have my ideas heard out as well, not because it's anyone's fault, but it's just because of the situation. Nobody really knew how to deal with the COVID situation. But now that we've settled in with this COVID thingy, I think at least we're prepared, and we can at least do things now because we are prepared. And yes, I do want to give my house chairs more of a voice because they seem to be very, they're bursting with ideas. So I don't want to let that go to waste as well. So that's just my address to the house chairs. Not sure if they'll be watching this, but okay, yeah, that's really all I have to say. I'm very glad that we have all of our MC bus actually. If we are thinking of combining OWIC and camp, we have found our full MC. That's amazing. So I'm looking forward to moving forward from here. And yes, I'm looking forward to working with you guys. I can't believe you guys are listening to me. I'm so happy. Okay, thanks Hein for reacting. I really, really, really appreciate it. My heart is full. So yes, I'm very happy that you guys came for the last co-option candidate and ended it off with a blast. Thank you so much. And I love you guys. I love Engine Club. So I always say I do.
That's it, guys.
I missed it.
Oh, Things will be happening. All right, that's it, guys. We've come to the end of option. Day one had a focus on understanding the times with electing our VPE, our now VPE shirt, and an opening by Rachel. Day two had a focus on people, opened by Joseph, and we elected quite a few people. Day three, which is today, had a focus on vibrancy, closed by Anya as well. So like I know like those random words by Rachel, Joseph, or Anya may have sounded random, but just encourage all of us to tuck it somewhere in our hearts, and then just use that as the guiding light for what we're doing. Okay. All right, guys. Have a good Sunday evening. All the best for your upcoming week. See you. Appreciate you all very much, and looking forward to doing something for engineering and design. Bye-bye.
Bye.